So first time when you launch Illustrator, you get something like this. All right, so you can see there is a new file, open, and then some recent files. Okay, if you go to new file, right? Okay, if you have existing file, you can go to open lah. Okay, if you go to new file, okay, you will see some preset on top for mobile, for web, for print, for film, art illustration, and so on. And then if you go to more template, you can see some elements from the Adobe stock. Okay, so let's say if I go to web, for example. Okay, when I go to web, okay, you can see on your right hand side, there is unit is pixel. Okay, unit is pixel, and then there is width and height, and then you have orientation. Okay, and then you have artboard. Okay, artboard is number of pages in your document. Okay, and then you have bleeding, the bleed. Okay, for printing, we will set the bleed. Okay, even if you don't set also, it's fine. As long as your design is bigger than your artboard for printing lah. Okay, and then you have your color mode and raster effect. Okay, the main difference between print and for digital media is one is your unit. Okay, any digital media unit is pixel. Whether you create for social media, for website, for TV, for cinema, for digital signage, everything is pixel. Okay, anything to do with screen lah. Okay, for mobile girls is pixel, and then kita set the size accordingly. If I choose a print, let's say, okay, the unit should be in millimeter or centimeter or inches. Okay, it depends on how big your artboard or your output of the design. Okay, let's say if I choose a millimeter, for example, then you can set your sizes accordingly. Right, so this is very important. Before you start anything, you need to know where you're going to publish your artwork. Right, whether it's for printing A4 ke, A3 ke, atau business card size ke, whatever, you set the size accordingly. All right, and then the second one is the color mode. Okay, so if I choose web, the color mode will be in RGB. If I choose for print, then the color mode will be in CMYK. Okay, CMYK is cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. RGB is red, green, and blue. All right, so and then after that, okay, this is also very important. If let's say if you choose RGB, and then you already created your design, and then you send for printing, and then the color will be very dark. Okay, because it will auto convert. Okay, so what you need to do is, let's say you want to design for printing, right? So you set the color mode to CMYK, then you create your design and edit the color. Okay, you akan dapat hampir sama dengan the output. Okay, if you choose RGB, dia akan totally lain. Alright, that's very important. And then the raster effect. Okay, Illustrator is a vector designing software. Means when you create a logo on a business card, let's say, using Illustrator, you can make the logo as big as billboard because it's a vector. It's not a pixel-based software. But sometimes certain effects, like for example, like transparency and then shadow, right? Okay, you need to rasterize the vector. Okay, so this raster effect, right? Okay, this is when you convert from vector to a raster image. Okay, so this setting, you can also change it later when you want to rasterize your design. Okay, so for any digital media, the raster effect should be 72. Anything to do with printing should be 300. But if you are designing for a large format printing, this raster effect can be lower, maybe 150 can also. Clear? Okay, so for now, just take it as for printing 300, for digital media, any digital media 72. Okay, so let's say for now, just for lesson purpose, okay, I choose web, okay, and then I choose a web large, let's say. If you want to see more preset, you can click this view all preset. So you have more option. Same goes for printing. If I choose print, view all preset, then I can choose from the preset. Okay, but usually what I do is I just straight away change the unit to millimeter, and then I key in my own size. Okay, And then for the bleeding, okay, I'll show you shortly. Okay, let's say if I go to print, I choose A4 size. Now I don't choose bleed. I put bleed 0. Then I go to create, let's say. Okay, so you will get this artboard, something like this. The white color space is your artboard, your document size. If I go to create new again, and now I'm going to put some bleeding, let's say. So I go to print. Okay, so let's say I change to millimeter, the unit, and bleed, let's say I put 10 millimeter or 1 centimeter lah. Okay, and then I go to create. Okay, can you see the difference between these two documents? Okay, there's only red color line over here. This is your bleed line. This is just a guideline only. If let's say you create a new document without the bleeding, also can, nothing wrong with that. But when you create design, for example, let's say my design got full color on the top. Okay, so I need to make it bigger a bit from the artboard. If you are doing design for printing, okay, because when you do design for printing, right? Let's say I change the color, for example. Okay, I have some bluish color, let's say, something like this. Okay, and this design, when you send for printing, they will print on a bigger paper and then they will cut the paper according to A4 size, let's say. So when they cut, okay, there will be few millimeter error, 0.5 millimeter, 0.3 millimeter error bila dia potong. Okay, if let's say you create a design, okay, sama size dengan your artboard, let's say something like this. When they cut, right, outside all will be white color, right, when they print. Okay, when they cut, if there is an error of 0.3 millimeter, you can see the white color line here. Kalau the pisau tu masuk dalam sikit. Faham? So to avoid that, we have to make it slightly bigger. Faham? Okay, same goes for, let's say you nak manually potong guna pisau, let's say. Okay, instead of creating artwork ngam-ngam size A4, you create slightly bigger so that when you potong sikit, terlebih sikit, terkurang sikit, tak nampak line putih. Faham? Understand or not, Miss Yo?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So that is bleeding. So bleeding, you can set or not set in the new document. It doesn't matter. But when you're creating design, make sure your design is bigger than the artboard. Slightly bigger. Minimum is 3 millimeter. Minimum is 3 millimeter. Usually people put 5 or 10 millimeter. Okay. All right. So any question on the new document?
Okay.
Anyone? Okay. What is orientation? Portrait or landscape. So when you click a portrait or landscape, the value, the width and height will exchange. All right. So let's say I go to web now. Go to new document, choose web, and then choose web large, and then create. Can you do that? Okay, by default, right, when you open your Illustrator, you will have some panels already open on your right-hand side. On your left-hand side, you will have toolbar. And at the top, do you have the control options up here? Got? Okay, if let's say if you don't have, let's say I go to reset back. I go to window, I go to workspace, I choose essential, and then I reset essential. When I reset essential, this is what I get by default. Window, workspace, and then I reset essential. Okay, I get this. All right. So all this position of this toolbar, position of all the panel on the right hand side, and then up here I don't see any option here. So what I do, I go to window again, and then I choose control. Window, control, so that we have some options up here. Okay, it will make us easier for us to edit for whatever selected tools or selected object. For example, let's say I draw a box. I can change my box color from here. I can change my stroke color from here. And I can increase my stroke weight from here, from the control up here. Okay, and I can change some other stuff. For example, I can choose a different brush, for example. Okay, and then I increase the stroke weight. All this you can do from the top here. And also there are some basic alignment option also. You can use the align. All right. So if you can't see the option up here, you go to window and then choose control. Must be checked. Okay. And then the second one is the toolbar. You go to window, toolbar, and then choose advanced. When you choose advanced, right, what happens is on your left hand side, the toolbar, it will load more tools. On your left hand side, the toolbar, it will load more tools. Okay, so go to window, toolbar, choose advanced. Clear? Okay, that is the second one. And then for the panel, okay, for the panel, usually what I do is I will open all the commonly used panel. For example, color panel. Okay, so I go to window and then I choose color. Okay, and all this panel, right, the one on the right hand side, it can be docked like this or it can be floating like this. You can just simply click and drag to make it float. Okay, it will be floating, or you can click and drag to the right hand side until you can see a blue color highlight. Then you let go. Okay, it will be docked. Clear? Okay, so let's say for example, the color panel, I want to put it at the side here. So click the color, the name of the panel, drag, and then when you can see a highlight, blue color highlight, you let go your mouse. So it will be stick to the side. Understand? Okay, usually what I do, the color panel I'll leave it as floating. Okay, and only the properties panel and layer panel I'll be docking it. Okay, sometimes if you take too much of space on the right hand side, for your artboard here, you have a smaller space. Okay, so I'll make this a float, something like this. And the properties panel, click and drag, put it at the top here. Can you see the blue color highlight? Then you let go. So it will be side by side. Okay, so let's say for example, I open my color panel and then I open my stroke panel, window, and then go to stroke at the bottom. Window, stroke. Okay, for the color panel or the stroke panel, right? If you don't see the full panel, you click the small double arrow beside the name of the panel. Can you see there is a up and down arrow? You click again, then it will load full. Color panel also same, when you click, it will collapse, click again, collapse, click again, then you can see the full thing. Okay, and you can make the color panel longer a bit so that you have a bigger space for you to choose the color. Okay, and then the stroke panel, I'm going to bring it down here, let's say, below the color panel. All right. Now after you already open your color panel, you already open your stroke panel, you already have your properties panel, you have your layer panel, let's say. Okay. So what I will do is, and also the control and toolbar is advanced. Okay. So what we do is we save this workspace. Okay. You go to window, workspace, and then new workspace. And then key in your name. Window, workspace, new workspace, and then type your name. Then click OK. Window, workspace, new workspace, put your name, and then click OK. So now, if you go to window again, workspace again, you will see your name. You understand? Okay, why do we need to save this? Next time, after we start to create design, right, we will open more panels. Okay, let's say I open my gradient panel, I open my brushes panel, I open my, what else? Pathfinder, and then I go to open my, what else? Links, and then I go to window again, I go to open my align panel. Okay, so all this panel will be using later on. So katakan kita dah buka banyak panel. Okay, and then we want to reset back to the original we saved. So we can go to window, workspace, make sure your name is checked, reset. Reset your name. Then you'll get back your original setting, the one you saved. So you don't have to close manually one by one. And then sometimes maybe you dah tertutup color panel, tertutup stroke panel, tertutup layer panel. Example lah. Let's say I close all this. If I want to get it back, just press the reset button. Window, workspace, reset your name. So you'll get back everything. Faham? Okay. So usually when we want to choose color, right? I don't use the one on the toolbar. We use the color panel. Okay, laju sikit. Do you use the toolbar color? Tak, pakai color panel. All right. So when you use the toolbar over here, there is a color, right? Fill color, stroke color. When you choose the color, you don't immediately see the result. Okay. So for example, let's say I already select my object. I click the color on the toolbar, the fill color, double click, and then I choose my color. Okay. So this one, the latest version, they update lah. The older version, even 2023 yang not the latest one, they tak update. You change here, it will not update until you press OK. Baru dia akan update. Okay, that is one. And then for the color panel, right? Usually I don't pick the color here, but I use the slider. You have more control. Okay, berapa persen color CMYK you nak letak? You can know that. Okay, RGB also same. Okay, how much of blue, how much of green, how much of red. Okay. All right, so now let's take a look here how to navigate in the artboard. Okay, if you want to zoom in or zoom out, you press Control plus and Control minus. You hold your Control key in your keyboard and then press plus and minus. Control plus, Control minus. Miss Yo, are you using Mac or Windows?
Windows.
Okay, all right. In case you are using Mac, then it's a Command plus, Command minus. Okay, and then Control 0 to zoom to fit to your view. Control plus, Control minus, Control 0. Okay, understand?
Okay.
Okay, let's say I have an object. For example, I draw a rectangle shape. I draw another rectangle shape. I draw another rectangle shape. Let's say. Okay, and then I go to my selection tool, let's say. If I want to zoom in to a specific area, I want to zoom in at this object here. Okay, you can hold your Control and spacebar. Hold your Control and spacebar. Your cursor will change to a zoom tool. You click and drag near the object that you want to zoom in. You understand? Hold your Control and spacebar, you click and drag on the object. Hold your Control and spacebar. Hold. No need to select. One hand, Control and spacebar. One hand. Yes. Your mouse, click and drag. Hold your Control and spacebar with one hand. Another hand, using your mouse, you click and drag on the object. Okay, and then to zoom to fit, Control 0 back. Okay, and then let's say you already zoom in. Okay, I already zoom in. So you hold your space bar, you click and drag for panning. Hold your space bar, you click and drag. Correct? Hold your space bar. One hand. Okay, both hands must be working. Both hands must be All right. So one hand you hold your spacebar, another hand use your mouse. So always one hand on the keyboard, another hand on the mouse.
One question, sorry.
Yeah.
I already lost my panel reset.
You try to reset.
Just reset you to the window. Reset.
Window, workspace, and then reset.
Not reset, Mary. Just
Reset Mary. Reset Mary.
still it's not there.
Okay, go to window and then go to toolbar, choose advanced.
Okay, this is.
Got it already?
Yes.
Okay, now you need to save again. Put a different name, Mary 2. Okay, any panel that missing, right? If you want to get back the panel, you go to window menu. Window, toolbar is the one on the left. The control, the one is on the top bar, the options. And then other panels on the right hand side is the one at the bottom here. The color panel, the layer panel, the properties panel. Okay, all these are here. Okay, under window menu. All right. So control plus, control minus, control 0, and control and space bar for you to zoom to selected area. Okay, and sometimes, right, if you don't have your graphic card, okay, maybe your graphic card, your computer graphic card is old or whatever. When you click and drag, when you hold your control and space bar, when you click and drag, it will not be animated zoom. This one we call it as animated zoom. Okay, it will pop up a window. When you click and drag, you can see a dotted line. You let go, they can terus zoom. Okay, for example, I just for demo purpose, I go to performance here. You need to have a graphic card in order for this to work. Okay, so let's say I uncheck animated zoom. I go to control and space bar. When I click and drag, can you see there is a dotted line appearing? Bila lepas, dia akan terus zoom. If you have a old graphic card. Okay, you takkan ada option animated zoom. Dia akan disable because tak ada GTU. Okay, faham? Alright, so I change back this. Under edit, preferences, and then performance. Okay, animated zoom. Right, so let's say done. And then hold your space bar to click and drag. Okay, this is important because when you want to draw certain things, you want to trace back, when you zoom in, okay, you need to always use your space bar. Hold your space bar, click and drag. For example, let's say I want to draw something inside here. Okay, so I zoom in first. I draw something here. Okay, example, and then I want to draw at another corner. So hold your space bar, you click and drag to view other corner. Then I draw again, let's say, and then hold the space bar, click and drag, and then I draw again. Space bar, hold your space bar, you click and drag. All right, let's take a look at drawing the rectangle shape here. Okay, the first tool on the toolbar is your black color arrow. That is your selection tool. Okay, your selection tool is used to select object. Okay, let's say if you want to change color of an object, you need to select the object. Select means you click the object. Okay, so selection tool is to select object. You can move the object. You can scale the object, you can rotate the object. For example, I go to my rectangle tool here. Can you see the rectangle tool? Okay, choose your rectangle tool and then you click and drag. Okay, by default, you will get black and white, right? White color, right? Okay, so let's say I change to white. And then after you draw, right? After you draw, immediately you go to your selection tool. You must remember selection tool, and beside that you have direct selection tool. Can you remember? Black arrow is selection tool, white arrow is direct selection tool. Okay, black arrow is selection tool, white arrow is direct selection tool. Okay, need to remember. Might as well they put black arrow, white arrow. Senang kan? Okay, for beginners, it will be difficult. When I say selection, dia akan pergi sini. When I say direct selection, dia akan pergi sini. So confusing. All right, but it's okay. So let's say I go to selection tool after I draw. I can click and drag at the side here to adjust the size. Click and drag at the bottom to adjust the size. Okay, if you bring the cursor to the corner, you'll see a double arrow. Outside of the corner, you can click and drag to rotate. Okay, and if you hold your shift key, right, for example, when I want to scale, I hold my shift key and drag. It will be proportionate. Hold your shift, click and drag. Okay, tak kisahlah atas, bawah, kiri, kanan, or the corners terpenjuru. Alright, and rotate also same. You bring your cursor to the corner. When you see double arrow, a banded arrow, you click, hold your shift, and you drag. It will increase in 45 degrees. It will rotate in 45 degrees increment. You understand? Hold your shift. All right, let's say if you made a mistake, I don't want to rotate this in 45. You undo, Control Z. Undo immediately. Any mistake that you do, you press undo. Don't try to correct it back. For example, let's say I rotate something like this, and then I rasa salah, and then I cuba betulkan balik. Okay, salah, jangan buat. You press undo. You understand? You press undo. Try not to correct it back. Any mistake you do, you press Control Z. To redo back, what is the shortcut? Control Shift Z. Okay, to undo, Control Z. To redo, Control Shift Z. Okay, clear? All right. So let's say I already undo this. And if you look at the objects, can you see there is a small circle here? Okay, that is to make your corners rounded. Okay, to make a rounded corner, you just simply click and drag. If you want a precise radius, you know, sometimes when we design lane cut, right, there is a radius, okay, 3 millimeter, 5 millimeter, and all that. If let's say you want to put a precise value, you can go to your properties panel. Okay, in your properties panel, let me see. Where is that? Nampak tak? Anywhere? Bawah mana? Properties, okay. Rectangle, transform. Finish. Okay, alright. Okay, so if you want to put a precise value, you can key in here. But then our document is a large, right? So the unit will be in pixel. All right. If you choose a unit in millimeter, let's say, for printing, then you can set in millimeter. All right. All right. So let's say I leave it as it is. Okay. So this is to make it rounded corner. But if you, let's say, if you want to make it only one corner to be rounded, I don't want all the corners to be rounded. So you click and drag back. You use your direct selection tool. Okay, direct selection tool, the white color arrow. You deselect first. Deselect means you click outside. You don't select. Deselect. Okay, then you click at the corner. At the corner, you see anchor. The purple color text, right? That is your smart guide. Okay, when you bring your cursor at one of the corner, you will see anchor. That is your anchor point. Okay, you click at the anchor point. Now you can see only the one circle at the selected anchor point. Now you can click and drag to make it rounded. Jelas? Okay, or you can select multiple anchor point. Let's say I undo back. Select the first anchor point, shift and click another anchor point, and then you click and drag. Okay, I draw another rectangle shape. Okay, shortcut for rectangle is M. Press M in your keyboard, you click and drag, click and drag, click and drag. Then use your direct selection tool, select the anchor point. Okay, take a look for a while. To select any anchor point, right, you can either click on the anchor point, hold your shift key, you click another anchor point, hold your shift key, you click another anchor point. Or you can click and drag like this. Can you see my cursor? From outside of the object, click and drag to make selection of the two anchor point or even more. Okay, so let's say I want to select these two objects together, but the anchor points on the right hand side. I can click and drag just like that. And then I click and drag the circle shape. Clear? Okay, so let's say one object, I want it to be one side rounded, and then another object, I set another anchor point, and then I make it rounded. And then maybe the last object, only the top part is rounded. Something like this. Can you try to create this objects? Done? Done? Use your direct selection tool, select the anchor point, and then you click and drag the circle shape. Okay. Boleh? All right. Okay, take a look here, everyone. Miss Yo, can or not?
Nine.
Can, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, please take a look here. When you want to draw any rectangle shape, right? One way is to click and drag, correct? Another way to draw is you click and let go your mouse. Click the lepas mouse. You'll get a rectangle shape option. Okay, then you can key in the exact value. Okay, let's say I want a square object. Okay, so let's say I want a 500 by 500. Okay, then you just key in the value. Then go to selection tool, you can adjust the position. Understand? Or you can also use the shift key to draw a square shape. Go to rectangle tool, hold your shift key, you click and drag. Get a square shape. Okay, and same goes for other shape tool. You click and hold your rectangle tool, click and hold your rectangle tool, or you can just right click on the rectangle tool, you choose some other option. For example, let's say I go to ellipse tool. Go to ellipse tool, hold your shift key, click and drag, you get a circle. If you just simply click and drag, you get an oval shape. Okay, circle, ellipse shape. Okay, let's say I want to specify the diameter, let's say, or the radius. Okay, go to circle ellipse tool, you click and let go your mouse, you key in the value. This width and height of the ellipse is actually diameter. Okay, diameter kena sama lah kalau nak circle. Okay, let's say I put 100 by 100. Click OK. Okay. All right. Take a look here. If I go to my polygon tool, let's say, go to polygon tool. Okay, if I simply click and drag, hold the shift key. Make sure you hold your shift key. If I don't hold the shift key, right, my base is not straight. So you hold your shift key, click and drag. So I get 6 sides over here. If I want 3 sides or maybe 8 sides, okay, octagon or heptagon, pentagon, whatever gone, you click and let go your mouse. And then you key in the number of sides. Okay, so let's say I put 8. And then go to selection tool, adjust the position. Okay, use your polygon tool, you click and let go your mouse, you key in the number of sides, how many sides you want. Okay, after you set the side, right, after that, whenever you draw, it will follow the same setting. Okay, if let's say I want to create a triangle shape, click and let go, change the side to 3 sides, click OK. Then when you draw again, it will create triangle, triangle, triangle. Okay, one of the important function of the selection tool is to exit from other tools. Okay, exit from other tool. Let's say I'm drawing my rectangle shape. Okay, I want to move this object. I need to exit from rectangle tool. Okay, or I want to put color, let's say. Make sure you exit from the rectangle tool first. Why? So that you don't accidentally create lagi rectangle. Okay, if you simply try to click and drag and then it will create another shape. Okay, avoid that. So immediately after you complete your drawing, you go to your selection tool. Okay, or you press V in your keyboard. V for selection tool, kena ingat wajib. V for selection tool. And A for direct selection tool. Okay, because this V and A, right, it's a very common shortcut key for any application. Okay, Photoshop pun sama, and some other application like XD, even in Premiere Pro, After Effects. Okay, V is either move tool atau selection tool. A for direct selection tool. Okay, so far any question? Managed to do it or not? Okay, dapat Alright, so now take a look here. I'm going to erase everything here. Okay, to erase everything, you press Ctrl A in your keyboard. Press Ctrl A, it will select all. Ctrl E is select all, and then you press Delete in your keyboard, and then go to rectangle tool, create few rectangle shape. Let's say I just simply click and drag. If you want to make it the same size, right, what you also can do is you can duplicate. How to duplicate? Go to selection tool, hold your alternate key. Hold your alternate key, you click and drag. Alternate, click and drag. And if you want to move it in a straight line, hold your shift also. Alternate, shift, click and drag. Okay. Something like this. Draw one rectangle shape, go to selection tool, hold your alternate, click first, then press shift and drag. Hold your alternate, click on the object first, hold your shift and drag your mouse.
I have some problem in my shape. I change rectangle.
You click and hold, choose rectangle. No worries, no worries. Okay. I also say when I start learning, okay, mana ni bulat ada kan? Shortcut for rectangle tool is M. For ellipse tool is L. These are the commonly used shape, right? So you try to remember this. Okay, V for selection, A for direct selection, M for rectangle, L for ellipse.
You have the three rectangle, right? How do you know you are in the same line?
Okay, again, take a look here. Okay, let's say I have one rectangle. Select the object, hold your alternate key. Okay, when you hold your alternate, when you bring your cursor nearer, you'll see double arrow, black and white. Okay, hold your alternate, click first, hold your shift now, drag. Can you see the guideline, the smart guide, the purple color line? It will be straight. Then you let go your mouse first.
Okay.
Select the object, hold your alternate, click first, then press shift, drag. Okay, when you drag, right, take a look here. When I move, right, move, and then can you see the double arrow there at the bottom? It's showing that it's a equal size. Then you let go your mouse. Then I select all the three objects together, hold the alternate key, click first, hold the shift now, and drag down. Okay, and then again, hold the alternate, click first, press shift also together, and then drag down until it shows the equal spacing, something like this. Done? Is your done? Okay, now what we do is we want to change the shape of this rectangle. You go to your direct selection tool. Direct selection tool is to select the component. Selection tool to select the entire object. Okay, so in this case, the component will be the anchor point. Go to your direct selection tool, click at the anchor point, and then you try to reshape this. Okay, you can select one or more anchor point also. Let's say I select two anchor points and then click, hold the shift and then drag so that it will move in straight line. Okay. Try. No, so sorry. The scale. No plan. No one is set to open. Thank you. Okay, one minute. Yeah.
This is the shape.
Which one?
The last one.
This one. So good.
Okay, if you.
So you just connect all the anchor point. It will snap. Okay. Okay, this is actually 3 rectangle shape. Then you just connect all the anchor point, and they can snap. Okay, as I mentioned before, to duplicate an object, right, you can hold your control key and then you, alternate and drag, right? So for example, let's say we have this object here. Okay, I can select the object, hold the alternate, click and drag to duplicate this. Okay, and then if I want to make it to look like a the thickness, right? So I can adjust the anchor point here, and then I put it over here. Okay, but then this point, right, it should be at the bottom one, and we need another point, put it here. So let's say just take a look first. Okay, what we want to achieve is something like this. So I put it here, and this one I put it at the something like this. Okay, so instead of putting a stroke color, so let's say I remove my stroke, and then I can fill with some other color. Okay, so how to do this? Okay, let me show you. Okay, first we duplicate the object, and then you go to press plus in your keyboard. Okay, there is two plus in your keyboard. One is at your number pad on your right hand side, another one in the middle beside the backspace button. Use the one beside the backspace button, press plus. Plus is add anchor point tool. Press plus in your keyboard, this pen tool will become active. Add anchor point. Shortcut is plus. Okay, you add one point over here, take a look here. Click to add anchor point, and then on the left hand side also add anchor point. After add anchor point, use your direct selection tool, and then you can click and drag. Click and drag. Okay, then you can change the color. Okay, for this one, this is your original object, right? Okay, so first you duplicate, alternate click and drag. Okay, and then press plus in your keyboard, add anchor point at the bottom here, add anchor point at the bottom here, left and right. Then use your direct selection tool, you click and drag. Use your direct selection tool, you click and drag. Then you deselect. Same there.
I had did the triangle, the recopy triangle.
Okay. Copy, you move it up. Okay. Then this line, right, supposed to be connecting here. This line, right? This line also is supposed to be connecting here. So you go to add anchor point tool. The pen tool. Can you see the pen tool? Click and hold the pen tool. Can you see the add anchor point tool?
Above the text, right?
Yeah, above the text. Click and hold.
Okay.
Can you see the add anchor point tool?
Okay.
Choose the add anchor point tool. Shortcut is plus. Then you click at the bottom here one. The other side also same. Click. Okay. Then you go to direct selection tool. And then you move the anchor point. Left and right, move it up. Okay. Miss Yeo, can or not?
Okay.
Okay, please take a look here, everyone. All right, so all these lines, right, are straight line. Okay, not a curvy line, right? Okay, so if you want to make it curvy, okay, let's say for example, if I go to my ellipse tool, let's say, okay, I draw a circle shape, let's say. Okay, so this one, when you go to direct selection tool, when you select the anchor point, you can see there is handles here. Okay, this is a handle, or we call it as tangent also. Okay, some application we call it as tangent, some application we call it as handle. Okay, but here we call it as handle. All right. So let's say if I select the anchor point, I can click and drag the handle to reshape the object. You can make the handle longer or shorter, or change the direction. Two different things you can do. Remember, adjust the length of the handle and also the direction of the handle. All right. So let's say, for example, I want to create some other shape from the circle shape. So you create a circle, go to direct selection tool, the bottom anchor point, I bring it down. Okay. And then I make this handle shorter. The other handle also shorter. And then this handle over here, if I deselect, right, this object doesn't look so smooth. I want to create a location icon. Okay, so this here, it doesn't look so smooth. So I select the anchor point, increase the length of the handle a bit. Hold your shift key so that it will move in a straight line. If you don't hold, then it will be swinging a bit. So hold your shift key, you click and drag. So hold your shift key, you click and drag. Okay. Then you draw another circle in the middle. First, if you have your circle, right? Then use your direct selection tool, move the bottom anchor point lower a bit. Okay. And then the handle at the lowest anchor point, you make it shorter. Later we will see another method to do this. So for now, just make it the handle shorter so that you get a sharp corner here. Okay. And then the anchor point above it, you increase the length of the handle, the bottom handle. Okay. Alright.
It's not sharp. How you make it very sharp?
How to make it very sharp? Okay. So first you have your circle. This is your direct selection tool. You click and let go first, and then you bring it down. Okay. And then you click the handle, hold your shift key, move it to the anchor point. Select the handle, hold your shift key, move it to the anchor point. Right? Can okay, please take a look here. Okay, so this is we are changing from the existing shape to some other shape. All right, so same goes for any polygon shape or a star shape. Let's say if I go to polygon tool, okay, let's say I have a pentagon here, and then if I want to modify this, let's say I want to duplicate to whatever alternate, I click and drag, let's say, okay, and then I can rotate this. Okay, let's say I want to join back this, okay, something like this. I adjust the position, and suddenly I want to change the shape. Okay, so I can use my direct selection tool, select the anchor point, and then I can move it. Okay, example and then I can duplicate this, put it over here, let's say. Okay, and then I select my anchor point, and then I move it here. Select the anchor point, move it. Just to get some random shape. Okay, using a polygon tool also can. Right? And you can place images, you can put color, whatever, you can do that. Okay, so maybe you can duplicate some more, adjust the anchor point. Okay, adjust the anchor point using your direct selection tool. Okay, so this is still straight line. Okay. Take a look first. Tak payah buat. Just nak tunjuk je. Okay, so let's say I want to do a curvy line. Okay, so we use the pen tool to draw. Okay, we go to pen tool, you click and let go your mouse. Don't click and drag. Click and let go your mouse. Click and let go. Click, let go. Click, let go. Click and let go. To stop the line, you press V in your keyboard. V is what? Selection tool. Okay, to stop the line, you press V or selection tool. Unless if you create a line, right? For example, I click, 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 and then I connect back where I started. Then it will stop. Okay, if it is an open path, then you need to press V. So I click lepas, click lepas, click lepas, click lepas, click lepas. Then I press V. In order for me to make it curvy, I can go to click and hold the pen tool. You go to anchor point tool. Okay, go to anchor point tool and you click and drag at the anchor point. Jangan panjang sangat. Okay, you can see my anchor point, my handle is here, right? Okay, when I click and drag my second anchor point, can you see my handle? Does it overlap like this? No. So make sure it doesn't overlap with the previous handle or the after handle. Okay, so over here, when you click and drag, so here got no choice because this is too long. So we have to make it longer. And make sure when you're making it longer, right? So don't make it too much. If it is too long, then the line will be not very smooth. Okay, your handle must be short enough until the line is smooth. Faham? Okay, so this is one way of drawing curve. Take a look first. Take a look first. Okay, ini cara yang mudah untuk beginner. Okay, the easiest way to draw a curvy line. You draw straight line first, then you make it curvy. Okay, another way is you use your pen tool. You click lepas, click and drag, click and drag, click and drag, and click. Then press V. Nampak macam senang. If you're not familiar with pen tool, susah. Faham? So it's better if you draw straight line first, then you make it curvy using your anchor point tool. Faham? Okay. Can you try to draw a straight line first, then make it curvy? Can, dapat? Miss Yo, can or not?
Yes, can.
Okay, all right. Okay, if let's say if you want to draw, if you're already familiar, are you guys familiar with pen tool? Yeah, biasa.
I don't like pen tool.
You don't like because you're not familiar. So the only reason not don't like it because not familiar. That's all. Okay, once you practice and then when you're able to control, then it will be very useful. Okay, why it will be very useful? Because you can draw a precise drawing using pen tool. Okay, for example, let's say I click and let go, and then I click and let go, click and drag, and then I click and drag, and then I close it back. Okay, and then to edit this curve, right, you use your direct selection tool. For example, I want to move my anchor point, make the handle longer a bit, and then make the handle shorter a bit. Okay, something like this. Okay, or if let's say if you're not familiar, okay, so anywhere there is a curve, right? Here got curve, you put a anchor point there. So for example, in the middle here, I click, okay, click dan lepas, click lepas, click lepas, click lepas, and click lepas. Then use your anchor point tool. Okay, anchor point tool shortcut is Shift C. Okay, and then you click and drag at this corner, click and drag this corner, and click and drag. Make sure the direction that you drag is correct. Okay, if you drag the other way, you done something else. Okay, so you drag at the correct direction and also the length. Okay, maybe the first time when you draw, the shape is not correct. So you use your direct selection tool, adjust your handle, adjust your anchor point, adjust your direction of the handle. Okay, can you try? You draw straight line or straight curve?
With straight angles.
What tool? You need to know the name of the tool. What is the name of the tool?
Angle point tool.
Then use your direct selection tool to edit. Okay, take a look here. Okay, let's say, for example, usually, right, very basic. Let's say maybe you don't draw some shapes. Okay, so what I do, I select everything and make it smaller. Put it here. Okay, let's say this is your design. Okay, you go to your pen tool, you click outside of the artboard, click and drag, and then click. And then you click at the bottom outside of the artboard, click, close it back. So we have a closed shape so that I can put some gradient color or even I can put some images inside here later. Okay, so let's say if I go to my color panel, I remove my stroke and then I put some color, something like this. Okay, usually some basic shapes lah, but then your line must be very smooth. Okay, or maybe not here, maybe you want to put some wavy shape at the corner, let's say. So you can go to your pen tool. Try to, if let's say you are not comfortable with curvy line, you draw straight line first. Click, and then close it back. Okay, let's say I remove my color first, back color, and then use your shape builder. Use your anchor point tool to make it curvy. Okay, something like this. Boleh, eh? All right, and then you can also duplicate the object. You make a variation of the shape. For example, let's say I put a white color here. Okay, and then I duplicate, alternate click and drag. Okay, and then go back to direct selection tool. Select the anchor points. You make some variation a bit, move a bit, adjust the handle a bit, and then move a bit, and adjust the handle a bit. Something like this. And then duplicate like this. And then modify like the shape. Okay, and then you can apply different colors to this. Boleh? Okay, so far any question on the pen tool? Okay, so sometimes if you want to add more details, okay, let's say for example, example saja. Okay, let's say I already have this shape over here, and then I want to add some other shape here and at the back here. I want to put an arrow shape, let's say. So what you need to have is you need to add more anchor points. Okay, so how many anchor points do we have here for this shape? How many anchor points? 4 anchor point, right? Okay, so if you want to have more control of the shape, you add anchor point. So you press plus in your keyboard, you add anchor point, you add anchor point. Okay, the one in the middle, I just simply click and drag. Okay, kiri kanan tambah, and then the one in the middle, remove it. And then tambah lagi. I want to create an arrow shape, right? So go to plus and then add some more. Okay, and then modify the shape. Okay, but I don't want this to be curvy, right? I want it to be straight. And then I need to be here also, I want it to be straight, let's say. So add some more anchor point. Tambah anchor point, use your direct selection tool, you move it. Plus for add anchor point tool, tambah. And then use your direct selection tool, you move it. Okay, so if you want to make this a straight line, you go back to your anchor point tool. Okay, the anchor point tool, you click saja. Remember just now when we do the location, we make the handle shorter, right? Instead of making the handle shorter, you can use the anchor point tool, click saja. Pun boleh. Alright, so I just simply click, and click. Then use your direct selection tool, you adjust back so that it will follow the correct size. Faham? Faham? Right, two hands, one hand on the keyboard. And if your design got too many anchor points, you go to delete anchor point tool. Minus in your keyboard. Minus saja, no control, no shift, no alternate. Click minus and then click to remove the anchor point. So far, those who are already familiar with the Illustrator, did you guys learn anything new? Yang mana anchor point tu?
Saya dengan sebenarnya sharp. Sorry,
It's okay. Yeah, please ask questions. Okay, just now it is curvy, right? Like this, right? Okay, so you use your anchor point tool. Okay, anchor point tool, and then you just click and let go your mouse. Click the pass, click the pass. Anchor point tool you can make from a sharp corner to a curvy corner, smooth corner, or from the smooth corner to make it back to sharp corner.
Click or
Just click only. Just click. Okay. After you click, you go to direct selection tool, adjust the position of the anchor point. If you have any question, please let me know. If let's say you have seen any design outside, right, and then you feel like want to recreate back similar design, you tak tahu macam mana nak buat, please let me know. The reminder for the thing. It's Huda, right? We sent the registration form to that's it. Participant. You can forward the email to the participants so that yes, it's correct. So, okay, take a look here. Okay, let's say we want to create other shape. Instead of drawing, we can also use the pathfinder to create other shape. For example, we created this location, right? This location icon here. If I just duplicate, if I fill with color, let's say if I select the object, I go to fill color, and then I put some color, let's say red color. And then here, I don't want it to be white color. I want it to be empty, zero, hollow. Okay, so if I put some other objects at the back, okay, let's say I put some other color at the back, see it become it become white color. So if I want to remove this part, right, select both objects together, and then you can open your Pathfinder window, Pathfinder. You'll get this panel, and then the second option is minus front. Whatever object at the front, it will remove. Okay, so it will become transparent. Understand? Okay, so let's say, take a look first, take a look. Let's say I have a circle shape. Okay, and then I duplicate this circle shape, let's say. And then I make it slightly smaller. Okay, like a moon shape. So select both objects, minus front. Okay, and then if you want to combine, okay, you have a unite to combine the object. This is to minus, and also we have a minus back also. Okay, and then you have intersect and exclude. You can see based on the icon, you can see over here. Sometimes, let's say I already created a circle shape. Okay, and then I duplicate to the other side, and then I make it bigger. Okay, something like this, let's say. And then let's say I remove the color. I want to remove this part. Okay, so what should I do? Select object. Yang mana? Ini. Exclude. Nak buang sini ni. Intersect. Intersect. Ni intersect. Tak ada. Minus back. Okay, so you need to know which one is at the front, which one is at the back. Okay, so when you put color, then only you will know lah. Okay, take a look here. So let's say when I put color, so I know that the small object is at the back. So if the small object I want to remove, so I need to click the minus back. Okay, so let's say I don't want to use minus back, I want to use the minus front. So how should I do? I have to bring this object to the front. Okay, to use the bring to front, send to back, you can go to object, arrange, and then you can choose from here. This shortcut also you need to remember. Okay, so bring to front will be the most front in your document. Send to back is the most at the back in your document. And then bring forward and backward based on the object. Okay, so let's say I have multiple objects here. Then I change color, duplicate, I change color, duplicate, I change color, let's say. Okay, something like this. Okay, if I use my shortcut key, what is the shortcut key? Bring forward. Okay, kena kenal nama dia. Bring to front, bring forward. Lain-lain. Bring to front, control shift dengan the square bracket. Kurungan tutup kurungan. Okay, bring forward. Okay, control and the bracket. Okay, so bring forward, it will go object by object. Take a look here. Can you see that? Bring forward, bring forward, bring forward. Okay, send backward, send backward, send backward, send backward. Okay, use the control and the bracket, the square bracket. If I press control shift, bring to front, send to back. Bring to front, send to back. Nampak beza? Faham? Okay, so in this case, we have to bring this to the top. So I can bring forward or bring to front also can. Then I can minus front. Jelas? Okay, try to do something like this. And this one also.
Sir, you can do the moon just now. The moon you want time for me to have a look or not?
Yeah, sure.
Because I do one another side got one circle.
Okay, first one circle, and then we duplicate the circle, alternate click and drag, and then we make the second one smaller a bit,
Okay.
and then adjust the position. Okay, select both objects, go to Pathfinder, and then minus front, the second button.
Oh, second button. Oh, second button. I put 4 button.
Okay, correct.
Okay, got it.
Okay, take a look here for a while. Can you see this object here? Okay, so this one is actually a 2 ellipse. Okay, and then I duplicate. Okay, we only want this shape over here. If let's say your ellipse is not very, a bit rounded, let's say, like this. And then when you duplicate, this one become very fat a bit. So you have to select both and then you have to adjust the size first to see how the shape will look like. Okay, then you go to Pathfinder. Okay, how can I extract only this? Which button? Crop mana? Yang bawah? Ni, crop. Intersect lah kan? Okay, whichever is overlapping saja you nak intersect. Okay, so let's say I just intersect. Then I can actually fill color or whatever I can do lah. Okay, so then this one we need to duplicate, right? So select the object, press R for rotate to, R untuk rotate. Okay, you can see for rotation there is a center point. Nampak tak? This is a cyan color dot here. So let's say I go back. Okay, bring your cursor at the bottom of the anchor point here. Hold your alternate and click. So you are moving the anchor point dekat bawah, the center point of the rotation dekat bawah, and also you get the option for rotation. Alternate and click at the anchor point. Okay, and then you key in the value. Berapa sudut you nak dia pusing. Okay, so then press copy. After press copy, you press Control D. Control D is to repeat the transform. Okay, and then delete the one you don't want lah. And you can start to fill the color. Faham? So it can be any shape. You can use the rotation, and then you can get some nice pattern also. For example, I have some basic shape here. It's just a line only. Select the object, press R. Okay, you just randomly choose a point and then alternate and click. Okay, the angle, let's say I put a lower value, let's say 10 ke, and then I copy. And then I just press Control D. So I get a nice pattern. And lower down the line thickness. And can apply gradient curve, fill color, or whatever. Okay, the angle that you choose, right, it depends on how many objects you want. Okay, so let's say this is a this is straight, right? So in between I have two objects. So 90 degrees you divide by how much? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Divide by 3. So you get 30 degrees. Okay, so let's say I want, for example, okay, example only lah. Let's say I have this, and then I want 1, 2, and 3 over here. So what is the angle should be?
45.
Betul ke? 70. Okay, press R. Let's say I go to over here, alternate and click. Okay, yes, correct. 45. All right, so 45, and then you check the preview. Okay, so you boleh nampak. Okay, and then you press copy, then Control D. Okay, if you want it to entire circle, and then maybe you want 5 objects here. So 360 divided by 5.
How you repeat this? Control R.
Not Control R, just R. Select the object, press R in your keyboard. R is rotate tool. Can you see in your toolbar, it's selected the rotate tool. When you press R, what happened in your toolbar? V for selection tool, you select the object, and then you press R. Look at your toolbar, what happened? Toolbar is the one on the left hand side. Yeah. Can you see the rotate tool become active?
Yes.
Okay, so that is the tool lah. So you can use the shortcut key. So click also can. And then bring your cursor to the bottom where it says anchor. Then alternate, hold your alternate and click at the anchor. Then key in the value, 30 degrees, let's say. Okay, whatever value lah, let's say 20 here. Then copy. Make sure the value that you put can be divided by 360. Okay, then you press Control D. Okay, Control D is to repeat the transform. If you select an object, right? If you go to Object, Transform, can you see that? Transform again. Control D. To repeat. Control D is to repeat. Some application Control D is duplicate. Some application. But here, Control D is to repeat the transform. Repeat scale ke, rotation ke, move ke. For example, take a look here. So let's say I have a object. Okay. And then what I do, I go to, let's say, what is this? Scale tool, let's say. Okay. And then I bring it over here. Bring my cursor in between the center and over here, let's say. And then same thing again, I hold my alternate and click. So now I get an option for scale with the center point moved. Okay. So let's say I put 80% and then I copy. Okay. And then I press Control D. Dia akan repeat scale. Faham tak? Okay. And same goes for move. I nak duplicate and then move at certain distance, let's say. Okay, so let's say I move this, select the object. I can go to Object, Transform, Move. Shortcut is Control Shift M ataupun Enter in your keyboard. Select the object, press Enter. Also, you get the same move. Okay, or Control Shift M, also same. Okay, so let's say I press Enter in my keyboard, and then the value, let's say I put 0, horizontal, let's say 10 pixel, and then copy. So press Control D, it will repeat. Dia ulang saja. Whatever transform lah, rotation, scale, position. Yeah? Yes.
Cannot get it.
Okay, again. Take a look.
Okay. I really need it.
Okay. Okay, select the object. This is your selection tool.
Let me go
Yeah.
anywhere.
Okay. Select the object using selection tool. And then press R in your keyboard. R is actually rotate tool. Go to your toolbar, you choose rotate tool. Or you can press R, either one. Okay. So,
Yes.
okay, can you see that in the middle got a cyan color object here? This is your center point of rotation. Don't click.
Why I cannot see the cyan color?
Have you choose your rotate tool? Okay. So click at the rotate tool,
Okay.
and then you will see the cyan color dot. This is your center of rotation. Don't click, huh? Bring your cursor to the anchor point. Don't click. Bring your cursor to your anchor point. Hold your alternate key now. Press and hold your alternate key. Click now.
Let go,
Click and let go.
okay.
Do you get the option?
Yes. So just
Key in the value and then press copy. Press copy. Let go your. Then Control D.
move it.
Huh?
Move it.
To move, to rotate, right? To repeat and rotate. Yeah, go back. Go back. Okay, delete. This is your selection tool. Select your object. Why it's not good?
So,
Why it's not good?
they are being so. We
So I told you, don't rotate.
okay.
Go to press R in your keyboard. Move your cursor to the bottom. Hold your alternate
Oh, your alternate.
in 30 degrees. Why 0? Why just now you put 0, right?
It was 0 just now.
Why you never change it? Why you press enter? Press copy.
Alternate.
No. Selection tool. Okay. And select each object. You go to press R. Bring your cursor to the bottom. Alternate and click. Hold your alternate and click. Then you can let go your alternate already. In 30 degrees.
Oh.
Copy. Control D. Rodina. You missed the copy, and also the angle also you missed. Okay, guys, shall we take a short break and then we continue back? 15 minutes break. Yeah. Macam mana nak?
Ada tak? Kita dah buat.
Mana you?
I copy, I paste
I'll find the minus set.
macam banyak step sangat.
If you want to put different colors, okay, and then kalau overlap memang kena manual lah. Okay, but the one duplicate macam ni boleh, tapi we don't duplicate actually, we use a blend. Okay, guna blend untuk kita repeat something like this. Okay, for example, okay, let's say I have this object here. What color do you want to use? Mix. Any color, let's say. Okay, let's say I have two objects here. Okay, or if you want more color, you can put more objects. Okay, so let's say I have two objects, and then I tukar color dulu. Okay, and then I have a red color, and then I have a blue color. Contoh lah. Okay, I select both, and then I blend here. Okay, blend dulu, and then after that I draw a circle shape, let's say. Okay, and then I select both objects together. I go to blend, and then I replace the spine, something like this. Okay, tak nampak apalah, it's okay. And then I go to object, blend option, change the orientation, something like this. Okay, and then I lower down the number of steps. Okay, something like this. Okay. Not gradient, this is blend actually. So dia akan mixkan color yang kita tulis. Okay, so if you want more color, then you have to specify lah. Katakan I nak berapa objek? 3, 6, 7, 7 objek. So you letak siap-siap 7 objek. Dan letak color siap-siap. Jangan buat lagi. Nanti kita akan belajar how to blend. Okay, how to use the blend tool, right? So this one way lah. Kalau cara manual, katakan kita ada this number of objects. Okay, you can go to color guide. Okay, when you, let's say this is my base color, let's say, and I click here, so I can dapat dia punya theme dengan shade. Okay, I can select my object, I choose a shade, let's say, select the object, choose next color, select object, choose next color. Okay, something like this. So easier for us to choose the color bila kita ada themes. Okay, something like this. So depends lah you nak letak color mana yang kawan. So shall we go for a break first and then sambung balik pukul berapa? 8. About 11:20. Okay, Miss Yo.
Yeah,
We
okay.
meet at 11:20, yeah.
Okay. And then this one is leave it like that only. No
Yeah,
need-
just leave it like that. No worries.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can have a drink. Ya, ada minum boleh ya. Shall we continue? Okay, you save the file and then create another new document.
Creative Cloud.
Computer. Create the same document, web large. That. When you're saving your file, make sure you know where you are saving your file. Also, the file name very important so that you can trace back. Right? So now let's say I have some objects here. I want to put color. Okay, when you go to your color panel, there is two colors. One is fill color and stroke color. You click on the fill color and then you change the color. You click on the stroke color, then you change the color. Okay. Then you can, if let's say the stroke is not visible, select the object. You can increase the stroke width over here. Okay. You can press, click on the value. You can press up arrow key in your keyboard. When you press up arrow key, right, for any value, any other value, position, rotation, whatever, it will increase by 1 unit. Okay. If you hold your shift key and then press up arrow key or down arrow key, it will increase or reduce in 10 units. Sometimes, let's say if I want to move this object, right, I can select the object. I can use my arrow key to move it. Okay, it will move 1 unit, whatever unit lah, pixel ke, millimeter ke, whatever. If you want to move it faster, you hold your shift and then you move. You understand? So it will increase by 10 units. Shift and press up arrow key. So this one I make it bigger a bit. Okay, and then I duplicate, let's say, okay, something like this. And then select the object, change the stroke color, change the fill color. Can you do that? Yeah, I want some 4 variation at least. Practice with changing the fill and stroke color. Change it same like mine. Cyan and magenta, blue, green, green, pink, and orange, yellow. Yeah. So the most important thing is you need to click on the fill color to change the fill color. You need to click on the stroke color, then you change the stroke color. Okay, all right. So no problem, right? Okay, very good. Okay, so now this is a flat color, right? So let's say I want to put some gradient, let's say. Okay, so what I do, let's say I create some other shapes here. Create another rectangle. Okay, let's say if any of the color that you don't want a fill color or stroke color, you can click the stroke color and then you can choose none over here. White box with the red line, none. Okay, and then I open my gradient panel, window, gradient. Okay, and make sure your fill color is at the top. So whenever you're using a gradient, right, make sure your color panel is also open. Okay, so you go to click at this icon here. Gradient, click to activate. You click. Okay, it will apply default black and white grayscale color. So to change the color in the gradient panel, click the small circle at the bottom here. Okay, by default, it will be grayscale in your color panel. You click the three lines over here, you change to RGB. Okay, then you can change the color, let's say. And then click at the black color, make sure this is RGB. To change to RGB, you click over here at the three lines at the color panel, change to RGB, and then you change your color. Let's say something like this. Okay, and if you want to add more colors, now we have two colors, right? Okay, if I want to add more colors, you click in between the two circles, anywhere in between the two circles, click. It will add more color. And then to change color, you can change from your color panel, or you can also double click here. When you double click, you get the similar panel like the color panel. Also can. Here also you can change to RGB. Okay, so let's say I change to some other color, let's say something like this. And then click some more. You can also move the color over here. Okay, and then you change the color. Double click the small circle and then change to some other color. Clear? And if you want to remove the color, let's say I don't want this green. I click, hold, and drag down. Okay, instead of clicking the dustbin here, just click and drag down. Nak tambah, klik sahaja. Okay, and then double click, change the color. To remove, click, hold, and drag. Bawah. Okay, something like this. And then in the gradient panel, you have reverse gradient to exchange the color. And also you have some angle here. Let's say I don't want it to be left, right. I want top, bottom, let's say. So I change the angle to 90 degrees. Okay, something like this. And if I, for example, take a look here, let's say I change to some other color. I have darker color to brighter color. In between, I add one more, add another one more. Okay, what I do, I just simply move the color so that it overlaps. So it looks like one line here. And you can, let's say, di atas sangat, so I can bring it down a bit. Something like this. Can you try to create something like this? For the stroke, I apply the same color, same angle, but I reverse the gradient. Right? Okay.
Okay. But how do you reverse the gradient? This 90 plus 90.
Degrees. So if you put 90, you can also put negative 90 also can, or you can click the reverse gradient button. Okay, so either one. And then make the stroke bigger. Miss Yo, can or not? Okay, now let's take a look here. Okay, so this is a linear gradient. Okay, so this line will be always straight. Let's say if I want to change the angle to 45 or whatever, I still can do that. Still, it is in a linear form. All right, so let's say, for example, I have a circle shape. Okay, I remove my stroke first. Stroke none, go to fill color. I remove these colors here. So I start with a very dark color first. Okay, so let's say dark blue, let's say. And then over here, I choose a white color, let's say. In between, I put a bluish color. Okay. something like this, and then I put next color, put a cyan color, let's say. Okay, something like this. Right. So after we have from dark to a bright color, okay, we change the gradient type to a radial gradient. Okay, and then I want the dark color to be at the edge, white color in the center. Okay, so reverse the gradient. Okay, after that I can see the color is not smooth. Can you see that? Okay, the color is not smooth, right? So what you do is you select the color, whichever color that you can see a line, straight line, right? Like a ring shape. Select that color and then you try to adjust, make it darker or brighter. Can you see the difference now? Okay, so it will mix better. So including the blue color, let's say, select the blue color, try to make it brighter or darker. Okay, adjust the green and blue, for example, so that the color will mix better. Okay, let's say something like this. Then what I do, this white color highlight, right? I want it to be at the corner so that it looks like a sphere. Okay, so you go to gradient tool. In your toolbar, there is a gradient tool. You click and drag. You start to click where you want to put your highlight. You drag until at this corner, let's say. So you get a something like a sphere shape. Okay, try this. You choose your color first from dark color to a bright color or bright to dark.
Who was that just now? Put in the middle to side. Middle there.
Now the object's in the middle, right?
Is it draw normally?
Now look at here, look at here. Okay, now the circle, the white color is in the middle, right? So you go to gradient tool. Okay, click, and then you bring your cursor where you want to put your white color highlight at this bit on the right upper corner here. You click, hold, and drag to the bottom left hand side. And go. Okay, depends on where your light is coming from. So maybe sometime you want to put the white color at the bottom also can. Select the object, go back to gradient tool, just click and drag. Let's say this one, I change the direction here, and this one change the direction. RGB, right? Miss you, can or not? Miss you? Can if you have any question, please let me know. Don't be shy. All right. Okay, please take a look here. Okay, we already seen the radial blur, radial gradient, and then linear gradient. Okay, there is another free form gradient. Okay, so let's say I have some rectangle shape, let's say. Okay, and then I change to free form gradient. So when you choose free form gradient, right? So you will get some points over here, which you can select the point, and then you can change the color. Okay, select the point and then you change the color, let's say. Okay, something like this. Select the point and then change to a different color. Okay, and this point you can actually move it also. And also you can add more points. Currently got 4 points, right? If you don't want any of the point, you can select and press delete in your keyboard. Okay, and this one, if you want to add more, you just simply click anywhere there is a blank space. Click. Then change color. Paham? Okay, try this. freeform gradient. Okay. Okay. So you just add points and then you can just change the color and then reposition. So you have to able to modify your position, modify your color so that you get something like this. Okay. So you can apply to any shape and then to make it to look like a, 3D or whatever. So you can letak darker color, brighter color at the right position. Okay. Right. So let's take a look here. We continue first. Okay. So this is the normal way of how we apply color. Okay. Have you used a mesh tool before? Mesh. Okay. So let's say I have a circle shape. Okay, and then I apply some color here. Okay, and then I go to mesh tool. Select the object and then you go to mesh tool over here. Okay, last time the name was gradient mesh. Okay, dia dah tukar nama. Okay, so you go to mesh tool and then you click on the object here. It will create an anchor point and also like a grid line, like a cage. Okay, and this anchor point you can actually fill with different color. Okay, and then if you want to add more color, you click on the line or empty space here. Make sure jangan letak dot nearby to each other. The color will not be smooth. Okay, macam ni. Try to avoid this. Okay, so undo back and then click on the line. Okay, then you can change the color. And then at the bottom, I click on the line again. Then I can change the color. Okay, then you can use your direct selection tool also to select the anchor point and then change to some other color. Okay. And select all the other anchor point, few anchor points also can, to make it to a different color. So I make it slightly darker. Or you can mix with some other colors. Okay. Okay, I draw a rectangle shape. Okay, so take a look here. I draw a rectangle shape, make it rounded, and then I click somewhere at this corner here. Click on the line, click on the line. Okay, so this is wrong. Can you see that? Got double line, so cannot undo back. And then click, make sure you click on the line. All right, then use your direct selection tool, select the anchor point, and then change the color. Select the anchor point and then change the color. So let's say this one, I make it brighter a bit. Okay. Fine, see? Gradient mesh dapat? Okay, take a look for a while. Okay, let's say if you want to create some shapes, right? Usually for gradient mesh, you start with the rectangle shape. Okay, so let's say I want to create something like a cylinder shape, let's say. Okay, so I start with the rectangle shape. And let's say I put some gray color. This. Okay, and then I adjust the shape a bit. Okay, let's say something like this, and then we want to make this rounded. How can I make this rounded? Select the
Selection.
huh?
Select the direction selection.
Direct selection, and then anchor and pull. And then click ini, tarik.
Put the anchor point and break it down.
Add anchor point and then tarik bawah dan atas. Okay, if you go to your anchor point tool, bring your cursor here. Can you see the cursor dia berubah? You click and drag. Okay, Go to anchor point 2 and then just simply click and drag. Okay, something like this. Okay, so what I also can do, take a look here. Okay, instead of using here, take a look. So over here, I'm going to put a circle shape. Go to my ellipse tool. Okay, I hold my alternate and shift key to make it precisely rounded. Okay, something like this. And then align back, adjust the size and everything. Okay, so kat sini dia tak sentuh. So select and then you adjust the size. Hold your shift key, you click and drag. Okay, let's say something like this. And then I change the color over here, make it lighter, darker. Okay, and over here you can use your anchor point tool. Bring your cursor here, you just simply click and drag. After you click and drag, use your direct selection tool to adjust the handle. Okay, something like this, or maybe longer. Okay, so once this is a rectangle shape. So why rectangle shape? So that when you put a gradient mesh, right? So it will follow nicely the line. Okay, something like this. Let's say I add more. Oops, sorry. Okay, so make sure you click on the line. Okay, and then I use my direct selection tool. I select the anchor point, shift click, and then shift click. Okay, then you go to your whatever color, you choose a darker color. See, for example, I wrongly selected this anchor point. Okay, so let's say I undo back. If let's say the object is overlapping, either you send the object to the back temporary, ataupun you lock the layer. Lock the object. Okay, so I undo back, select the object first, you press Control 2. Control 2 is to lock objects, lock selected objects. Object, lock, selection. Okay, object, lock, selection. Shortcut is Control 2. So let's say I lock first, then I go back to my direct selection tool, select the anchor point, select the anchor point, select the anchor point. And then I change to a darker color, let's say. Something like this. Okay, and let's say somewhere in the middle here, select, shift select, and then I change to a white color, let's say. Okay, and then the one at the edges here, select again, shift select, make it a darker color. Nampak? Okay, can you try? Okay, done all. Okay, so this one you have to practice a lot. You ambil some reference image and then try to match the color. Okay, so practice makes perfect. So kena cuba banyak kali. Okay, baru boleh dapat. Alright, so okay, so let's go to the next one. Any question up to here? The gradient mesh.
So you want to lock Control 2. How to unlock?
Control alternate 2. Control alternate 2. Kena unlock dulu. Ataupun go to object, unlock all. Okay, so it will unlock everything. Let's say kalau for example I select the first object, I lock dulu, Control 2. Kemudian I select another object, I lock lagi. I select another object, I lock. So when I press Control Alternate 2, dia akan unlock balik semua. Tak boleh, tak ada. Software lain ada. Unlock the last object ataupun unlock all, dia ada software lain. Okay, kalau pergi layer, for example, yes, you can click the unlock button also can. Okay. For example, let's say I lock already this object. Object also lock. So if I expand the layer, okay, so you can see here there is 2 objects has been locked. Okay, so let's say I nak satu saja unlock, then you can just press unlock here. Then you can select. Sorry, not this. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's try to create some objects. Okay, so this one you save and close first. Save your file and then close it. Okay, I go to Google and then I search for logo, images. Which logo do you want to create? Yang senang. That's it for icon. Let's see. Hang on, let me check. Okay, shall we try to create this icon? Okay. Okay, let's say I just save the image first. It's a PNG file. Okay, sometimes, right, when you download images from your online, okay, when you save your images from online, it can be not PNG file, it can be WebP file or AVIF file. Okay, in case if you get that kind of file, right, you need to go to Google again, you convert the file. Okay, for example, if you get WebP, you type in Google WebP to PNG, TO to PNG, okay, or AVIF to PNG, and then you save it back, download back. Okay, so hang on, let me share the file. Okay, you go to Google, easier lah. Go to Google and then search for icons, and then you scroll down. Let's say you click this colorful icons here, and then you scroll down over here and then choose this image. Okay. Nisio, Ken?
Still searching.
Managed to find the image? Okay.
Don't have.
Okay, you go to Google, you search for icons and then go to images.
Yeah. Don't have.
Okay, and then you scroll down to this image. Can you see this?
Oh, this one I see.
You click first, then you scroll down at the bottom here.
Oh, got it.
Okay, click and then save the image as.
Right.
Okay, after save, you go back to your Illustrator. You create new document, web large, create, and then you place the image. You go to File and then Place. File, Place, and then choose from your Downloads folder. Choose the image. and then you click and drag to load the image. File, place, and then choose your image from your downloads folder. After you choose, it will be loaded on your cursor. So you have to click and drag inside the artboard. Okay, done?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say, for example, we have this, right? Okay, I'm going to draw at the side over here. Okay, which icon do you want to create now? Mouse. Phone. Yang mana senang? Yang mana susah?
Susah.
Okay, let's try with the mouse first. Huh? Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, it's quite straightforward. Okay, whenever you have any reference image, whether it's a brochure, social media post, icon, logo, any reference image, you try to break down the shapes. Okay, so here I can see there is a big circle over here. And then for the mouse, I can see it's a rectangle shape with a rounded corner. And then there's two parts over here, left and right. Okay, but one object, and then we can divide into two later. And then in the middle for the scroll, I have a bigger rectangle with a radius rounded corner, and also the smaller rectangle with a radius round corner. Okay, and then over here we can use the pen tool to draw, or we can also use the rectangle shape to draw. Then we remove some of the part. Okay, whichever is easier lah. So let's say this one easier if you draw using pen tool. Click, click, click. And then here, make it rounded corner. Okay, so after done, then you draw the shadow. Okay, when you draw the shadow, you need to remove this part so that it follows the same shape. Okay, so take a look first. Okay, let me show you first, then later on you do. Okay, let's say for example, I go to the side. Okay, so I start with this rectangle shape. Okay, M is shortcut for rectangle shape, rectangle tool, sorry. And then you go to selection tool, click and drag to make it rounded. Okay, that's one. And then after that, I'm going to select the same object again. Control C to copy, and then paste in front. Control F. Okay, so if I go to edit, copy, right, it's Control C. To paste is Control V. But then when we paste, it will change position. So we don't want to change position. So we need to be at the same place. So we go to paste in front, or paste in place also can. Actually, this two function is the same. Okay, paste in front, paste in place is the same thing. So let's say I go to paste in front, Control F. Okay, then I make it smaller. Okay, can you see what's happening here? What happened? Dia tak nak scale. Why? Scale point. Dekat. What is Control K?
Shift. Control Shift.
Okay, so here we cannot scale this object, right? Okay, that's because the corner, it doesn't scale. Okay, so what we need to do is, yeah, I already copy and paste in front. You go to edit, preferences, Control K is general, okay, or preferences lah. If you go to preferences, you press Control K. Okay, and then you go to general, and then you go to scale corner must be checked, and also scale, stroke, and effect also check. Go to edit, preferences, general, check these two options over here, scale corner, scale, stroke, and effects. Okay, so this is important. So let's say I already checked. Now when I select, I make it smaller, hold the shift and alternate so that it will scale from the center. Okay, shift and alternate, and then I adjust the position, let's say. Okay, so maybe slightly bigger. and then copy and paste in front one more time. Control C, Control F, and then make it smaller. Hold your alternate and shift key. Okay, sometimes if you look at here, right? Can you see it's like snapping? It's like jumping, right? Okay, because there is one of the snapping option is on. If you go to view, okay, and then you go down, you can see there is a snap to pixel is turned on. You uncheck this. When I uncheck, now when I scale, it will be smooth. Okay. All right. So let's say I make it smaller a bit, something like this, and adjust the height a bit. Hold the alternate and adjust so that it will be always on both sides. Something like this. All right. And then I zoom out, check back what else we have. Okay. Can you see there is it's divided into two objects here. Okay. So usually we use another tool we haven't learned yet. Okay, but it's okay. So let's say we do using the method that yang kita dah belajar. All right. So I draw a rectangle shape. Okay, something like this. Okay, and then I put remove the fill color. Okay, and then stroke color is black color. Okay, let's say I make all the size same. Oh, sorry, 1, 0.5. Okay, let's say something like this. So I select this big rectangle and also the previous rectangle, two objects together, and then go to Pathfinder, Window, Pathfinder, we divide. Okay, press the divide button and then we ungroup. Control Shift G. Ungroup once, ungroup. Okay, sometimes it will be 2 times ungroup. Okay, after that deselect and then select the extra and delete. Okay, and now we have 2 separated objects so that we can put in color later. And this object, where is my scroll button? It's at the back, right? So these 2 objects we have to send it to the back. Okay, something like this done. And then the wire over here. For the wire, so let's say I zoom in a bit. I go to pen tool, P for pen. Okay, click at the anchor point over here. Make sure you don't select the object. If you select the object, you use pen tool, it will delete the anchor point. Okay, don't select the object. Click on the anchor, shift and click so that you get a straight line. And then shift and click again so that you get a straight line. Then to stop the line, V. Press V to stop the line. And then I want to make this corner rounded. So A for direct selection tool, select the anchor point and then make it rounded. And maybe this line is too long. So select the anchor point, you move it. Example, let's say something like this. Right? Done. And then this line should be thicker, right? So select the object and then increase the stroke weight. Okay, sometimes this too thick and then too thin. What should I do? Tebal sangat, kecil sangat. Yes. Okay, you key in the value manually. All right, so 2.5. Example, okay. And then I know that all the rest of the object is actually a fill color, no stroke. But this one is stroke. To make it same, right? We expand this line. Okay. This is stroke, correct or not? I can actually move it, I can modify, okay, something like this. All right, and okay, so what I do, select the object, go to object menu, and then expand. When I expand, okay, it will become a shape. For example, now when I use my direct selection tool, can you see this? You can fill color, no more stroke. Okay, so that we standardize everything else. Okay, so what we do here some more. Let's say I want to apply the color first. Okay, so to apply color, what we do is if we have a reference image like this, right? You can select the object, press I in your keyboard for eyedropper tool. Eyedropper, nampak eyedropper? Select the object using selection tool. Press I for eyedropper. Pick the color from your reference image. Okay. Select the object. Press I and then pick the color. Okay. Something like this. And then select the inner object here. Press I for eyedropper. And then pick the color somewhere in the middle here. Click. Nampak? Okay, then I zoom out. And this one maybe it's the same color. So select the object, press I, and then pick the color from here. Okay, select the object. Select the object, press I, and then pick the color. Kenapa jadi macam ni? Memang fill color kan? Bila when we expand, okay, sometimes dia akan ada extra line dekat tengah-tengah. Walaupun kita ada object sini, so let's say I ungroup, I ungroup, and then I try to move. I have two objects, one stroke, one fill object. So the stroke we have to remove it. Okay, so something like this. And if the object you need to adjust the size, you can make it smaller a bit, let's say. Okay, and then longer a bit, let's say. Okay, something like this. Right. Then I draw the circle shape. Go to ellipse tool, L for ellipse tool, somewhere in the middle. Click and drag while holding Shift and alternate key. Okay, and then send this to the back. And try to change the color first. Okay, then you adjust the position. Press I for eyedropper, pick the color. Okay, and now the shadow. Okay, for the shadow, what we do is go to your pen tool, you click at the edges. I can see it's moving in 45 degrees. So any of this curved area, right? You click on the path, hold your Shift key, and then you click. Okay, something like this. And then let's say I leave it first. So because I need to draw another line over here. Okay, so I go to B for selection tool, and then I put a black color so that I can see clearly. And then I go to pen tool again, click somewhere around at this anchor point, click, hold the Shift key, and then I click again. Press B. Okay, press B for pen tool, click at the radius here, at the path, hold your Shift key, and then click. Okay, something like this. And then here got color, and then here got color. Where else? Okay, so we're going to connect these objects here. So at the back here got color, and here got color, right? So we need to connect these lines here. So I select these objects together, press P, and then I click and click. Okay, and over here, we need to follow the shape. Click at the anchor point, make sure it is selected, click, click, and connect. Okay, something like this. So if I fill with color right now, press I for eyedropper, and then pick the color from the shadow. Okay, we have to send this behind this mouse and on top of the circle. So send to back, bring forward. Okay, something like this. And for this part, right, what we can also do, connect the line first using pen tool. Just randomly click, 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 and close it back. Okay, and then press I for eyedropper, pick the color. Also, send to back, bring forward. And these two objects, what can we do? Unite. Okay, we have to unite. All right, so unite dulu, or you can group also can. All right, so you go to Pathfinder and then joinkan dia jadi satu. And then to remove the extra object here, to remove the extra outside here, minus back. Select both, minus back, minus back. And then
Second one.
what's that? Is your
Click most second one. Click both. And then
minus one now. Select both second button.
hey.
Okay. We want this object, so we can use intersect, but we also need this object, circle. So what we do is we make a copy first. Select the circle, Control C to copy. Okay, and then shift click with this object, and then I go to intersect. Okay, so remember we already copied right earlier, so you paste at the back, Control B. Or Control F and then send to back. Senang kan? Clipping mask boleh, kita tak belajar lagi. Okay. Okay, better you should use a clipping mask so that lagi senang lah. Alright. Okay, tapi I tak tunjuk lagi, so that's why we don't use that. So straight away guna yang kita dah belajar. Even clipping mask also you still need to copy. Yes. So you copy dulu baru clipping mask. Okay, so let's say I copy, Control 7, and then you paste at the back. Then now same color, I need to change color. Oh, this one should be at the front. Circle kena duduk atas. Okay, then Control B, send to back. And this one also send to back, bring forward. Okay. Okay, can you try to create this, Monsieur?
Okay.
Okay. If you got any problem, please let me know. Jangan malu-malu. Okay.
Select all the font.
Take a look. Okay, I have this rounded object. Okay, and then I draw on top shape. Select both objects, only both objects. Then you go to Pathfinder, click divide. After divide, you have to ungroup. Object, ungroup. After ungroup, deselect and then select this object and delete.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, Control F is paste in front. Control B is paste at back. Control B is just paste, but then Control B, the position will not be the same. Okay, Control F and Control B, the position will be the same. Monsieur managed to complete?
Finish already.
Can
Finish
Can you
already.
share your screen? Can I have a look?
I take photo already.
Oh, take photo. Ayo, you show like that. How can I see?
So, cannot.
Your phone became blurry because you set blur background. You click the share button. In the Zoom menu, got green button share.
Share.
Click the share and then choose your Illustrator screen and then click share again.
No, I use another computer.
Oh, I see. Okay, also blurry. Oh, it's okay. You managed to do it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, can already.
Mm.
It's all right, no issues.
Okay.
Okay, so all right, so we go for lunch now, and then we will meet back at 2:10 p.m.
Okay.
Okay, see you guys shortly. Bye bye, everyone. 2:10, 2:10.
And then this one is leave it also, no need close.
Yes, you can leave it. No need to close. Also fine. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
Can you hear me?
Can now can already.
Okay.
Just now I suddenly close out the things.
Okay, all right. We share my screen now. We will start now.
Okay. Okay.
You can save this file and then you can practice with the rest of the images. Right. So close this first. Create another new document. We're going to see how we can actually place the text right now. Okay, so for the type tool, right, if you go to your toolbar, there is a T letter, there is a type tool. When you click, okay, and to type a text, there is two ways you can type. One is you click and let go. We call this as a point type. Usually for title, we use this method. Okay, so you click and let go your mouse, and then you start to type your title. Let's say I type Adobe Illustrator training. Okay, and then to make the text bigger, you can select all, Control A to highlight, and then you can change the font size from the control or the character panel. Okay, to open the character panel, you press Control T. Okay, or go to Window, Type, and Character. Okay, shortcut is Control T, and you can adjust the font size manually like this, or you can also use your selection tool and then you click and drag from the corner. Make sure when you're scaling your text, hold your shift key. Right? So text and image, remember text and image, when you're scaling, make sure you hold your shift key. Right? If your text is distorted, right, it will look very amateur, not professional also. Right? Including image also. When scaling, hold your shift key and you click and drag. So two ways to scale. One is you use your selection tool, you click and drag. Another way is you go to your character panel, click on the font size here, and then press up arrow key or shift and up arrow key. All right. Okay. Let's say I want to change the font type. Let's say I go to font family here. Say I type Roboto, let's say. And I make it into black to make it thicker. Okay, and when you use a point type, right, when you click and let go, when you stop typing, right, it will go into one straight line. Okay, unless if you press enter. All right, so let's say I want to make it into 3 different lines, let's say. So go in between the text and then press enter. Okay, something like this. And then don't leave it as one font type. Try to make some variation. Okay, for example, one is bold, one is regular, one is thin, something like that. Okay, so let's say I make this bigger a bit. Okay, shortcut to increase or reduce font size. You highlight, press Control Shift and the more than symbol or the period symbol in your keyboard. Okay, something like this. Or maybe I make everything is a capital letter. So double click your character panel, or you click the arrow to expand the panel. And you can see at the bottom here, there is a all caps, double tick. Okay, if you press all caps, right, this one like a switch, you can on and off anytime. But if you want to make the font small letter or big letter permanent, you can go to type menu, change case, and then you can change it over here. Also can. Okay, for example, if I choose uppercase here, right? Now when I click the all caps or no caps, it doesn't make anything. Understand? All right, so whether you want it to be permanent or you want to switch, you can choose this option here. Either you change it from your undo back. So all caps, and then I adjust the font size. Okay, something like this. And then the bottom one, maybe this one I change it to bold maybe. One is you can use Arial also can. Arial black, Arial bold, Arial regular, or Arial narrow. Okay, let's say something like this. highlight the word by double clicking. Okay, when you double click twice, it will highlight the entire paragraph or the line. Okay, let's say for example over here, I make this training pin and also smaller font size. Okay, let's say I put here font size like 50, let's say, something like this. And then what I also can do here, beside the font size, there is a leading. Leading is spacing between the line. Okay, on the right hand side of the font size, you have leading, and below that you have tracking. Tracking is spacing between the characters. You click on the tracking and then you press shift and up arrow key to add some spacing. Something like this. Okay, and I can see here the spacing between the line is not same. Okay, so let's say I want to bring the illustrator up a bit. So highlight and then go to the leading and then you press down arrow key in your keyboard. Okay, or shift and down arrow key. Okay, something like this. Can you try? Don't click and drag using the type tool. Click and let go your mouse and then start to type. Okay. Okay, in your character panel, there is also, after that, you can see here, there's a scaling vertical scale and also horizontal scale. Don't use this unless if you really want to stretch the text, then you do it. Okay, so try to avoid using this because the text will be distorted. Sama macam we penyetkan dia. Okay, so when I adjust this, you can see here dia dah tukar scale Y, horizontal scale, right? So let's say I undo back, and then you have a superscript or subscript, right? So you can also use this to move the baseline. For example, okay, let's say you want to put some whatever number at the back here, and then you want to put it on top. Instead of using the superscript up here, also can. Okay, let's say I want it to be put it above the text up here. So I can, instead of using this, I can lower down the font size manually. Okay, and then I can adjust this baseline shift here. Press up arrow key in the keyboard. Okay, so this one I can manually control how far I want to put the text. Do you guys do something like a book kind of layout? Guna apa InDesign? Company profile pakai Illustrator. Illustrator. Okay, I noticed right the fresh grads, okay, bila suruh buat buku dia pakai Illustrator. Okay, because itu yang dia orang belajar lah. Alright, so but then in industry we don't use Illustrator to create many pages. Okay, we use InDesign. Alright, so when you use InDesign, right, like layout, like maths book, mathematics, especially at maths. Okay, so my background is actually from desktop publishing. Alright, so when you have this at maths, the formula up, down, and everything, so you have to manually adjust the position. And sometimes you have to create another text, put it on top. like one whole what we call something like a symbol lah. Usually formulas dia akan ada, you know, there's a lot of lines and all that, so you have to manually put the text, right? But you can use this also, this one, right? So this is just for your info, and then you also, if you want to, can rotate also lah if you want. All right, so other than that, okay, superscript, and then subscript and underline, okay, and then strike through. This one jangan pakai lah. All right, so that's it. Okay, so once you have the title already done, okay, maybe you want to put a paragraph text, longer text, let's say. Okay, this is where you click and drag to draw the text frame. Go to type tool, you click, hold, and drag. Okay, and then you key in your whatever text. Let's say I reset back this setting. Okay, 0, 0, and then 0. And then I reduce my size first. Okay, you see here, it will follow back the previous setting. Okay, so let's say, for example, I lower down the size, I uncheck the tabs, I delete everything, and then I draw the text frame again. So it will follow whatever previous setting that you already done. Let's say you want to put more text, right? You lower down the font size, adjust back the default setting, then you draw again the text frame. Okay, so let's say I change back this to regular, so you get something like this. Y'all, do you all use ChatGPT? Selalu ada. What assignment? Are you studying right now? Studying. Do you use ChatGPT?
I used to reply to parents.
To reply parents? Okay, very good. All right, so I do that always. Anything email, I'll draft first the email, put in ChatGPT, ask them to revise again. All right, so in terms of designing, right? Okay, when you have a, you see, now it has lorem ipsum text. Okay, last time in Illustrator or Photoshop, right? It doesn't show us this text. Okay, it will just have a blank space. You have to manually copy from any website and then paste the lorem ipsum. Okay, but now we already have. But since now we have ChatGPT, right? You can take a similar content to your final content. Instead of putting a lorem ipsum, you just generate something related to your topic and then copy and paste. A dummy text, still dummy text, not a final one. Okay, but at least it's relevant to your design. Right, so you can go to ChatGPT, say, write something about Adobe Illustrator training. Then you copy paste. All right. Okay, so for this one, okay, when you select your object using your selection tool, when you adjust the text frame, the text will flow. But for the point type, when you adjust, it will scale. All right, so only for long text, you use this method. Okay, easier. For title, you use point type, easier. All right, easy to scale, easy to, you know, modify. Okay, if it is a title. Okay, for longer text, you use a text frame. And then by default, can you see all the dashes at the back? Okay, this is the hyphenate. You have to uncheck the hyphenate in the paragraph panel. Okay, so if you go to, if you already open character panel, right, beside that you can see paragraph. At the bottom of the paragraph panel, there is a hyphenate. You need to uncheck so that there is no dash at the back. Kalau tak, it will separate the word. And you can change the alignment, left align, right align, center, or justify. Let's say you have a longer text like mine. You see here, for example, I want it to be a very short paragraph, but then you will see there is a plus icon with a red color box here. When you make your text frame shorter, so you click at the plus, okay, it will look to your cursor and then you just click where you want to put it. So it will continue. And if you adjust the first one, it will automatically flow your text. All right. Again, yes. Okay. Let's say, for example, I delete this. I go to my type tool, and then I click and drag. Sekarang dah ada logarithm text, right? Let's say you copy and paste some other text from outside. Maybe it is longer, so mungkin tak muat dalam sini, kan? So what will happen is dia akan keluar color merah, like this. Okay, so bila keluar color merah, when you copy and paste, you click at this red color icon here, it will look to your cursor. Nampak tak cursor I lain sikit kan? So you click sahaja. Klik, dia akan ikut your previous text frame size. Okay, you can also click and drag to draw another text frame. Right. For example, take a look here. Let's say my paragraph is longer. Macam ni. Okay, longer, tapi dia pendek. When I click here, and then I click, nampak dia ikut size yang sama. Okay, that is one. Let's say I undo balik. If I also can manually, let's say I ada ruang kat sini saja, so I can click and drag to draw the frame. Pun boleh. Faham? You still can adjust both frame size. Can Miss Yo?
Yeah. Got it.
Okay. So this is to flow the text, and even if you have multiple artboards, let's say, okay, let's say you are creating a brochure front and back, okay, and then text dia panjang, let's say, so you can flow to the next artboard also. Okay. Okay, got it?
Okay.
Right. So let's say that with this. Okay. So this is just a straight text right now. Okay. Let's say I want to create a text with some, it's not straight like this, but I want to make it to like wavy or whatever. Okay. So what you do is you draw the line first. Let's say, for example, I use my pen tool, click and drag, and then click and drag, let's say. And then I remove the fill color, put a stroke color so that I can see the line. And I can use my direct selection tool to edit the curve so that it will become smoother, let's say, something like this. Okay, and then when I go to my type tool, can you see my type tool is a square box dotted line on my cursor? When I bring my cursor to the curve, can you see the icon changes? The cursor. Okay, when the cursor changes, right, like a S shape, okay, you click. Okay, the text will follow the path. Okay, can you try? Draw a line first, then go to your type tool, you click on the line. And then key in your own text. Take a look here, take a look. Okay, once you click, right, okay, my line is actually longer. Okay, but then it will start where I clicked. Okay, so let's say I undo balik. Okay, I go to my type tool, I click somewhere in the middle here, click. So it will start the text over here. Okay, so if I select back using my selection tool, I can see there is one line here, blue color line. There is another one line here. There is another line here, blue color line. when you bring your cursor, can you see my cursor? Black color arrow. When I bring it near to the line, my cursor will change. Can you see that? Got another small arrow at the bottom, right? You click and drag. At the back, also same thing. Okay, when you bring your cursor near to the line, your cursor will change with a small another arrow at the bottom. Then you click and drag. If let's say if you want to continue drawing the line, let's say I nak buat something like a spiral shape kat sini. Just continue this line. So I can select the object, press P for pen tool, and then I go to click at the end of the line here. Can you see my cursor changes? Now pen tool got like a star shape, right? So when I bring to the end of the path, there is like a slash to continue the line. I click and drag, and then I click and drag. Let's say I click and drag, click and drag, click and drag. Okay, something like this. And then to modify, you go to direct selection tool, adjust back so that the line will be smoother. Okay, so this one may be shorter a bit, this one may be longer a bit. Okay, select, then adjust a bit, then adjust a bit. Okay. So this one move a bit. Let's say something like this. And then I can copy and paste some more text, let's say. So it will follow. Copy and paste the text. And if the line is not smooth, you still can use your direct selection tool, select back the path, and then try to modify this. Move your anchor point, adjust the handle. All right, now, Miss Yu, can?
Yeah.
Can?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, make sure the most important one, make sure the curve is smooth. Okay, if the curve is not smooth, then your text also doesn't look so nice. Use your direct selection tool, select the path, adjust the handle. Adjust the position of the anchor point. Okay, done, smooth. All right, take a look here. Okay, this one is text on a path, right? Okay, let's say I have an object which is closed. Okay, let's say I draw a circle, let's say. Okay, something like this. And then I go to my type tool. Let's say I remove my color first. Okay, let's say I go to my type tool. Now when I bring my cursor near to the circle, can you see the shape of the cursor? Become circle. Tadi path dia macam melengkung kan? Alright, but now dia become circle. So when you click, it will fill the shape. Understand? Okay, something like this. So you can draw any shape and then you can fill the text inside. Right, so for example, let's say I go to my pen tool, I click and drag, click and drag, click and drag. Okay, let's say I stop here, then click and drag. Say click and drag, click, shift, click, and then close it. I go to my type tool, I click inside. Okay, so they can equal. Paham? And you also can still adjust the shape. Go to direct selection tool, you can modify the shape. where do we usually use this method, right? When you have images, and then you nak letak text around certain areas saja. Then you draw the shape, then you place your text. Okay, for example, let's say I place an image. Okay, let's say I choose this image over here. Take a look here. Okay, I go to File, Place, and then I click and drag to place the image. Okay, example, something like this. And then I want to type, don't want to overlap this person. Okay, so I go to my pen tool. Okay, let's say I want to put some text over here. So I click and drag, click, click, click. Let's say straight line curve. Okay, and another thing, when you're drawing using your pen tool, try to remove your fill color. Susah nak lukis. Okay, so you go to your color panel and then you remove your fill color. Then continue back. Okay, let's say something like this, and then I connect back. Okay, then go to type tool, click on the line, and then reduce your font size. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Okay, all right, so anyway, let's say I click, 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 remove the fill color. First, okay, make sure it is closed. If you don't close, right, text akan duduk atas line. Okay, so for example, let's say I biar dia buka. Click and then I click dekat, tak sambung. Okay, tak sambung So I go to my type tool, I click on the line, dia akan duduk atas line saja. Faham? So make sure dia tutup. Then after tutup, go to type tool and then click on the line. And then change the color. F6. Maybe your keyboard need to tekan Fn. Okay, kalau tak ada Fn tu, yang keyboard yang biasa yang besar macam ni, Fn F6 sahaja. Dapat? Any question? Tak ada soalan. Betul, tak ada soalan. Miss Yeo, you have any question?
Okay. Can collect, can do it.
Kalau tak ada soalan, saya ada soalan. Okay, we draw a path and then kita type on a path, right? And then kita create a closed shape and then kita masuk dalam. If let's say I have a circle which is a closed shape and then I nak type atas line dia sahaja. Betul. Alright, so because kalau dia buka, we can still use back the same tool, the type tool. Tapi kalau yang tertutup and then we want to type on the line, we have to use the type on a path tool. Click and hold your type tool and then go to type on a path tool. Okay. Okay, let's say take a look here. Let's say we draw a circle. Then I letak color hitam. Okay, something like this. Okay, and then I want to type on the line. Okay, so you go to your toolbar, you click and hold your type tool. You will find type on a path tool. Choose type on a path tool and then click on the line. Okay, and then you type your text. And macam mana type tool tapi pakai alternate. Yeah, try ya. I tak pernah try. Okay, very good. Okay, you see, even though I've been training for many years, okay, tak pernah pakai yang ni. Alright, cool. Okay, new things I learned today. Okay, so you go to your type on a tool ataupun you pakai type tool, alternate and click. Okay, so it will be around and then let's say I'm going to type Adobe Illustrator training. Okay, let's say something like this. And then I adjust my font size, let's say. Okay, and make sure if you want to align it to the center, right? Make sure your paragraph also align to center first. Your paragraph alignment align to center. All right. Then go to your selection tool. Nampak ada line biru tengah-tengah. You click and drag until it's snap on the smart guide. Something like this. Then you let go. Okay. Try first, and then make your text all caps. And then adjust the font size also. I want it to be half circle, something like this. Kenapa tak full circle? Because let's say I increase the font size. Nampak tak bahagian bawah dia jadi terbalik? Okay. At the bottom dia akan jadi terbalik. So we need to put two text. Separuh atas teks lain, separuh bawah teks lain. Okay, so let's say I reduce my font size. Okay, so something like this. Okay, buat dulu. Dah ke? Dah? Already center?
Yes.
Alright. Okay, paragraph alignment must be in center. Then use your selection tool, click and drag the straight line so that it will be in the center. Is you done?
Okay.
Make it all caps. Done? Okay, all right. Take a look here. For the next text, right? For the bottom text, what we need to do is we draw another circle. Okay, so I go to my ellipse tool again, bring the cursor to the center. Can you see the text center? The purple color text? You click and drag while holding shift and alternate key. And the size of the circle should be aligned with the top of the text, like this. Nampak? Earlier, the previous circle is at the bottom of the text. The new circle aligned to the top of the text. No. I repeat.
Can we create another circle?
Yes, yes. Okay, take a look, take a look. So now we already have this, right? Go to ellipse tool. Bring your cursor to the center. You see, when you bring your cursor, it will say center. Okay, when you can see center, you click and drag first, then you press shift and alternate. And then adjust it until it snaps to the top of the text. Then you let go your mouse. Then you let go your keyboard. Alternate and shift. Click first, then only press alternate and shift. Dapat? Okay, draw already, done? Draw the circle already. Is you done?
Yeah, done.
Okay, take a look here. If I go to my type on the path tool or the type tool with the alternate key, click. Okay, the text will be outside. Okay, you type your text now. Let's say I put graphic designing. Let's say graphic designing. Okay, something like this. Then use your selection tool. Okay, make sure this is aligned to center. The paragraph should be aligned to center. And then click and drag the center line here. Okay, you ubah kedudukan dia. Satu, adjust dia punya kedudukan. Another one is you tarik ke dalam. Okay, so when you tarik dalam, dia akan masuk something like this. And then align it to the center. Click and drag inside the circle. And then adjust the position also. Okay, first take a look here in case if you didn't get. Okay, first once you type your text, it will be outside. Use your selection tool and make sure paragraph alignment is center. Okay, can you see the straight line? You click and drag. Okay, ke bawah, let's say. Okay, and then you masuk dia ke dalam. Jangan lepas mouse. Okay, and then adjust back the position, baru lepas mouse. In case kalau teks dia hilang kan? Dia hilang ke tadi? Okay, in case susah nak edit kan, so what you also can do is you select balik, you adjust the starting and ending line there. Can you? Dimasukkan ke dalam dulu. Start dengan ending kena maybe duduk tepi ke, for example. Dia akan snap, smart guide akan keluar, and then smart guide akan keluar pun boleh.
Okay.
Okay, done. Okay, now you draw the circle. Go to ellipse tool, bring back your cursor to the center, click and drag, hold your shift and alternate, pick a small one first, okay. Remove the fill color, and then I Control C, Control F, and then make it bigger. Okay, and you can put more than one line also. Control C, Control F, and then make it slightly bigger.
Oh, shit.
And adjust the thickness as well. Don't leave it as same thickness. This circle you for visual purpose. So we have 4 circles here, different thickness, different size. Okay, no fill color, only stroke color. Okay, in between these 2 texts, right? Okay, if I want to put a symbol, okay, if I want to put a symbol, right? Okay, what you do is you put your cursor on your text, whichever text is fine lah. So let's say I select the bottom text. When you want to move your cursor, you use your arrow key in your keyboard, left, right arrow key. Okay, put it in front of the G, put a space first one time. Then you move back some more. All right, so you can see here, my cursor is here, there is a space, then only graphic designing starts. Okay, when you put your cursor here, you go to window, you go to type, and then glyphs. Window, type, glyphs. You'll get another panel. And for this panel, right, you change the font to Wingdings, W-I-N-G. You type the font, W-I-N-G, and then you will find Wingdings. Okay, then you press enter, you can see all the symbols here. Okay, to apply the symbol to your text here, you just double click. Okay, let's say I want to put a star, for example. Okay, just double click. Okay. Put your cursor in front of the text, put a space first, then go back to the front, and then go to window, type, glyphs. Change the font at the bottom to Wingdings. And then you double click the whatever symbol that you want. Okay, there is a Wingdings, and then Wingdings 2, and also symbol. Okay, so if I search for symbol, okay, symbol got not much option lah. So you use Wingdings aja. Wingdings or Webdings also can. W-E-B, Webdings. Can you see this? The symbols are actually quite outdated lah, but basic symbols still can use. Some star still can. You use Wingdings or Webdings. Okay, and then double click the symbol. All right. So once it's loaded, right, you can close your glyphs panel. You can copy the symbol here. Control C to copy. Go to the back. Space first, then you paste. Okay. Kenapa letak space dulu tadi? Kenapa tak letak space kemudian? Okay, this one I dah letak space kan? Okay, let's say I letak. So now it's not very balanced. So I letak lagi 2 space, and kat sini pun 2 space. Now looks almost balanced lah, right? Okay, let's say assuming you tak letak space, you letak symbol dulu. You letak cursor, you letak symbol macam ni. Okay, and then kat sini pun saya buang dulu. Let's say lah, something like this. and then you letak space. Space ni dia akan ikut font yang kita guna tadi, Wingdings font. Okay, of course you can tukar balik lah dia punya font. Okay, tapi 2 kali kerja kan. So better saya siap letak space dulu. So that, okay, sekarang saya letak space kemudian kan. Okay, kat sini saya letak space, kemudian saya paste. Nampak? Sini space dia font lain, sini space dia font lain. Okay, but you still can change back. So for example, I use, I think Roboto. Roboto black. Okay, then dia akan sama, space lagi, space. And kat sini, space. Okay. Right. So usually kita create rubber stamp. Okay, cara ni. Okay, and in tengah-tengah nak bolehlah letak apa-apa nak kalau nak letak. Miss Yo, can or not the symbol?
Can.
All right, great. Ready? Symbol put already.
Yes, good.
Okay, and make sure the space that you put is the same font type as your text. All right. If it is not same, then highlight the space, the empty space. You change your font type. Right. Yeah. Okay. Any question on this? Any question? Okay. Let's say, for example, I want to change the text color. Okay. Let's say I duplicate this here, and then I want to change the color of the text. Okay, so we open the color panel and then we change the color, correct? Correct or not? Okay, if I want to put gradient to this text, how? Okay, outline. Go to gradient panel and then click the gradient, right? You have a circle shape. Take a look here, everyone. You have a circle. If you want to apply gradient, you go to window, you go to gradient panel, right? And then you click on the gradient, correct? Correct or not? Okay. But for the text, when you select the text, you click on the gradient, you tak buka, right? Okay, so what you need to do is not create outline. Okay, of course, create outline pun boleh. Okay, tapi you cannot edit. Okay, if you create outline means you cannot edit the text. Okay, to create outline, you can go to type and then create outline. Or you can go to object, you expand pun boleh, sama kan? Okay, but you don't do that. What you do is you remove the color, choose none, no fill color. You go to window, you go to appearance panel. Window, appearance. Okay, in the appearance panel, at the bottom of the appearance panel, there is a new field. Add new field. Click. Window appearance dekat atas. Okay, select your text. Choose your none dulu. The color put none first. Then only new field. Then you apply your gradient. Right. Select your text. Choose the color as none first. Okay. Open your appearance panel and then click new field at the bottom of the appearance panel. Dia akan keluar new field. Then you apply your gradient. Then you can edit your gradient. Okay, tukar color ke whatever, you can do that after that. Okay, in this way we can edit the text. Let's say I don't want spelling error or whatever. So go. And if you want to change the individual letter, for example, the A, I want to change to other color. So I can highlight the text and then I can choose some other color. Okay, because we have this field color, right? So it doesn't apply actually. Okay, so let's say, for example, I like this. Okay, I need to remove the field color first, then only I can apply. Okay, so in this case, since I have gradient, so I have to separate the text, then only I can change. Okay, kalau if you have a flat color, not a gradient, then you can highlight the text and then you can change the color. For example, let's say I put a normal color here, flat color, and then I highlight this, and then I can change the color. Sorry, this one remove first. I remove the field color first, then I apply a flat color. You see, by default, text don't have the field in the appearance by default. Okay, now I can actually highlight and change. Allow appearance start the field. Okay. Then are not text on gradient on text. Is you?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, go to your text first. So you have black color, right? Okay. Okay, and then you go to color panel. You need to click. Use your selection tool. Okay, make sure there is a box, blue color box, and then go to color panel, choose none.
Set the color right
Here,
there.
yes, yes.
So just none.
No color lah.
Okay.
No color right now. Go to appearance panel. Have you opened your appearance panel? Click the new field at the bottom, second button. Bottom of the appearance panel, but add new field. Click that.
Once I set that, new field is that.
Now it become black color, right?
Yes.
Have you opened your gradient panel? Gradient.
Yes.
Click on the gradient color.
Okay.
Does it apply? Then you can change the color after that. Miss Yo, you have any questions?
Okay, fine. Okay.
Any question? No question.
No, no. Okay.
Okay. All right. So you can put whatever color you want. Okay, that's one. And let's say, okay, let's say I remove this text here. Okay, let's say we have something like this. Okay, and then instead of putting a gradient, okay, so copy. Okay, instead of putting a gradient, let's say I want to put the image as the texture. I want to use the image as a texture for my text. How? Okay. 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 Go to file and then you go to place. And then choose your image from your images folder. You choose any image and then you click and drag so that the image is bigger than your text. Go to file, place, choose from the images folder any image. Then you click and drag. Click and drag, make your image bigger than your text. Okay. Then Read that.
Yes.
Okay, then you send the image to the back behind the text. Go to arrange, object, menu, arrange, send to back. Yeah.
Send to back.
Select both image and the text together. Go to object, clipping mask, make. Clipping mask.
Clipping mask object.
Control 7.
Clipping mask.
Okay. Object, clipping mask, make. Control 7. Yes. Now release clipping mask. What is the shortcut? Control alternate 7. Jadi dah? Tak jadi. Okay.
So I just know I tried to copy this one, I cannot get, so I just type it. So I can go for it or also.
Select the image. File this. Click on.
Oh, okay.
Keep overlap. Overlap with the image.
In the front, right?
Overlap with the image. Now it's overlap. Select the image. Set to that. Check, arrange, set to that. Select the text and the image. So, no, you have selected something else. Select the text box. Again, select the text box. Shift and click on the image. Shift and click on the image. Control 7 is clipping mask. Go to object menu, clipping mask. Control 7. Okay, so you see when you put images at the back, right? Make sure your font is thick. Okay, use a thicker font so that you can see the images. Right? And let's say I need to move my images. I want to modify the position of the image or scale the image, let's say. Okay, so there is two ways. One is you can use your direct selection tool, bring your cursor. Okay, so why it doesn't select? It's supposed to highlight, but it's okay. Okay, let's say it doesn't highlight. Okay, you go back to your selection tool, select the object, you double click. When you double click, it will go to isolation mode. Okay, so double click again. Why it doesn't go to isolation mode? Okay, here, can you see this? Okay, select, double click, and then when you mouse over, you can select the image. Then you can adjust the size, scale, whatever. Still can modify. Okay, then double click again outside.
Ask some question. If the wordings I pop it cannot make clipping mask.
Again.
The wording I pop.
Create outline again.
Cannot clipping mask.
Can.
Just
Oh, okay. Take a look. Good question. Thank you. Okay, you see, for example, if you create outline, but why do you want to outline? If you create outline, you cannot edit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say so since for demo purpose, so let's say I remove this. Okay, why I create outline? I want to modify the text, let's say. Okay, so I create outline. Go to select the text, go to type, and then create outline. Let's say, okay, color is gone. Let's say I put some color here, and then I modify my text. Let's say lah. This is the reason why I outline. Okay, contoh. And then I want to put the image inside the shape. Okay, this object, right? It's not a one object. It's a group of objects. Okay, if you want to use clipping mask, it needs to be one object. Okay, it needs to be one object, but still can. There is two types of masking that you can do in Illustrator. One is the clipping mask. Object clipping mask, make Ctrl+7. Another mask is using transparency panel. Okay, so let's say this is black color right now. Black color, kena ingat, black color means transparent. Photoshop familiar kan? Familiar? Are you familiar with Photoshop? Do you use layer mask? Layer mask hitam means what? Tak nampak lah. Putih means nampak. Betul? Pun kat sini pun sama. It will use the black and white color. Okay, so kalau hitam dia takkan nampak. So let's say I place an image at the back. Okay, click and drag, bigger than the text, send to back. Okay, so this one, okay, dia macam grayscale. Grayscale dengan RGB black dia lain. For example, let's say I go to grayscale. I make it 100%. Okay, and then I duplicate this text, and then I change to RGB and black. Nampak beza tak? Biasanya yang this is actually RGB. Dan dua-dua grayscale je. Dua-dua grayscale. Okay, I change back to RGB. Sekarang nampak tak? Tak berapa nampak. Okay, biasanya yang grayscale black color dia akan macam kelabu sikit. Okay, RGB black dia akan totally black. Okay, so make sure this is RGB black, right? So that, let's say I adjust the size. Okay, something like this. So this is in a group. Duduk atas gambar. Select dua-dua object. Okay, you select both objects together. You go to window, open your transparency panel. Transparency panel, and then click at make mask. When you click, what happened? Tak nampak apa. Why tak nampak apa? Sebab luar daripada hitam dia kosong. Hitam tak nampak, kosong pun tak nampak. So tak nampak apa-apalah. So we have to invert mask. Okay? Kecuali, take a look here one more time. Okay, let's say I have a text, black color text, and then I have a rectangle shape, white color. Okay, white color, and send backward. Okay, let's say something like this. I select the rectangle white color, shift select with the black text, I group it. Okay, so means this is one object, black and white. Okay, so now if I put on top, select dua-dua, and then make mask. White means nampak, black means transparent. So we can invert. Tadi tak ada white color box. Bila tak ada apa-apa pun tak nampak. Kalau hitam pun tak nampak, tak ada apa pun tak nampak. Okay. And for this method, you can use any black and white image. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And Monsieur, why do you want to create outline?
Because just now I click outline, my make mask one E come out only.
Yes, I know. But why do you want to create outline your text?
While working, sometimes I outline I can shift the text.
Or something like this lah, like this A.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay. And better if you just apply white color first. Okay, for example, like this, right? Okay, you don't have to create a rectangle shape. Okay, so the text should be in white color.
Oh,
Then you go to make mask. So you don't have to invert or anything on it.
okay, okay. White color. Okay. Check. Mm.
Just now you say you couldn't duplicate. Select your text, hold your alternate key.
I really want that first word. So the first word is go in and only the door.
Only this one you want. You duplicate first, alternate click and drag, and then you delete the rest.
Okay.
And then make sure you know when you're editing, you use your type tool. When you want to move, you use your selection tool. Okay. This direct selection is only when you want to edit the lines. Selection tool for you to move, for you to scale. Right?
Okay.
It's normal, no worries. Okay, that's one. Yeah, good. All right. Good. Okay, when you have a multiple object, for example, take a look here. Okay, let's say I create a polygon. Okay, I go to rectangle tool and then I choose polygon. I click and let go my mouse. I change to 6 sides, hexagon, and then I put a stroke color, let's say, something like this. And then let's say, it. Okay, I duplicate this. Alternate click and drag to duplicate, and alternate click and drag to duplicate, something like this. Okay, so let's say I have 3 objects or maybe even more. Okay, so if you want to individual object, you want to put images, right? Place your image. Okay, you click and drag bigger than the shape. Send the image to the back. Select the shape. See how I select? I click and drag so that my dotted line touch the image and the shape. Then you press Ctrl 7. Okay, so place image, file, place. Go to file, place, and then choose your image. Click and drag. Adjust the position for whatever. Send to back. Select both image and the shape. Ctrl 7. Okay, again, file, place, choose your image, click and drag, send to back, shift select with the shape, Control 7. Can you try to create this first? Managed to do it? Monsieur managed to do it?
I want to know where can I find the Control 7?
Object, clipping mask, make.
Oh, okay, okay. Check.
Okay, now please take a look here. This one, if you have a one shape, one image, one shape, one image, right? If you have a multiple shape and then you want to put one image on all the 4 shape, this is where you use the transparency make mask. Okay, so you need to fill with white color. Okay, so go to your color panel and then no stroke, only white color, let's say. Okay, and then you place your, make sure this is in a group, cannot individual object. Select everything, actually individual object also can. Control G to group, file, place, choose your whatever image, click and drag, send to back, adjust your image size if you need to. Make sure the image is bigger than the shape, something like this. Okay, shift select with the shape, this is in a group. Okay, then go to transparency panel, window transparency, make mask. Shall we continue? Okay. If you look at the images folder, the sample folder, right? We have this image here. Okay, we will try to recreate back something like this. Okay, so and also there is a inside the images folder there is a PSD file. Okay, that PSD file is actually an image of a person that we already cut earlier in Photoshop. Right, so we will use that image and then we will try to create something like this. Okay, so I can see here the size is actually a square size. So we go to Illustrator and then you go to save this file and then close it. Okay, close the file and then create a new document. Okay, when you create a new document, change the width and height to a same size so that we get a square size. Okay, so usually for square size, right, for social media, we use 1080 by 1080. Whether it's for Instagram, for Facebook post, okay, you can use a square size also, right? So let's say I choose slightly bigger. Okay, let's say I put 2000 by 2000. Okay. Later when you export, as long as the proportion is correct, it's fine. Okay, I'm making it slightly bigger so that when you zoom in, you can see clearly. Okay, then the rest leave it as before and make sure this pixel, not centimeter, not inches. Okay, the unit is pixel, 2000 by 2000, and then click create. Now you can see there's a lot of panels already open, right? So you go to window, workspace, and then you reset. One only. Okay. So you go to file, place your reference image. File, place, and then you place your reference image at the site. Where are my panels and toolbar? How to hide your. Okay, so sometimes right, when we start to working, right, if you want a bigger space, you press tab so that other things don't distract you. Okay, temporary. Press tab, tab. Tab in your keyboard.
Page.
Okay. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, let's say I want to start with this rectangle shape here. Okay, so it has a fill color and it has a stroke color, right? Okay, but then I can see on top of the person there is a stroke. Behind the person there is a fill color and also the stroke. Okay, so we need to have two objects over here. The same object, one is the fill with the stroke, another one is only with the stroke. You understand? Okay, so draw a rectangle shape. Use your direct selection tool. Select the two anchor point at the top, and then you click and drag. Okay. And then for the background color, the yellow color, right? So when you put yellow only, you can see the white color, right? Okay, so what I do is I create a rectangle shape, same size or bigger also can. And then apply a yellow color, orangey a bit, or you can press I for eyedropper, pick the color from the image. And then send to back. Select the rectangle that we already created. Press I for eyedropper, pick the blue color from the image. Okay, then go to your stroke panel. Okay, shortcut for stroke panel is Control F10. So Control F10. Go. That. Okay, usually, right, we use layers to organize the objects. For example, the background color here, I can put in a different layer, rename as background. Okay, and then all the design element put in one layer, all the text put in one layer. Then, so you open your layer panel is F7. Okay, and then let's say this one I rename as background, BG. Okay, and then the object that I created, I cut. To cut, you press Ctrl X to cut. Okay. The layer one I rename as BG. Then select this object. Cut. Ctrl X. Create new layer. Ctrl F. Paste in front. Okay. And this background layer, I just lock the layer. Beside the visibility, there is an empty space, right? You click and then you can see the lock.
Another layer.
Click the plus button at the bottom of the layer panel. Okay, you get layer 2 and then paste in front. But can you see it on your layer thumbnail, right?
Yeah, I saw this. I can't see that. Look at box.
You need to put blue color.
Okay.
Control X first. Select the blue color box, Control X. Select the layer 2, click the layer 2. Then Control F. Got it?
But I can't see the picture here, the layer up there.
The bottom can see.
Also can see we go to the bottom and see here. That's
Okay.
correct, right?
Again, I repeat, take a look.
Over here, it's white here. Still,
Look at. Yes. Again, you select your blue color box. You do it now.
yeah, okay.
And cut. Control X. Select layer 2. Layer 2 at the bottom, is it?
Okay. Oh,
What are you doing? Did you press undo too many times?
yes. Let's put back there.
You didn't select layer 2, right? Select layer 1, right?
Those okay, everybody. So that okay, on the first layer is actually it's here, but that's it.
Click the arrow. Click the arrow. There is an arrow pointing downwards, right?
Yes.
In your layer, click. Okay. Put your
It's layer
yellow
one.
color. Put your yellow color.
Here.
Yellow color rectangle box. Press I and then pick the color. Okay. Now use your selection tool, deselect. Deselect means click outside of the box, right? Then go to new layer. Have you created new layer?
It's layer two.
Select layer 2 and then draw another rectangle for the blue box.
But layer two look exactly like this. Layer two, it will be this. Layer one, yes, this is correct.
Hmm?
Next on layer two,
Mhm.
not like this.
Yes, yes. The visual, it won't change.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to put the object into layer 2. Okay, so select layer 2 and then draw the rectangle shape. The new one, the blue one.
Okay. Go to layer two and select.
Change the color to blue. Okay. Okay, make your you see sometimes, right, you need to be, you select your yellow color box, make it slightly bigger than your artboard to be safe. Don't leave any empty white color space there. Make it bigger, bigger, bigger.
Okay.
Left, right, top, bottom, all bigger.
So then it should
Left,
be-
right, bigger, not
Yes.
left.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then go to your layer. There, can you see the eye icon? Eye icon. That is for your visibility in your layer panel. Look at my cursor.
Okay.
So where is my cursor?
Yes.
Can you see this eye?
Yes. Yeah.
On and off. Okay, on back. Beside that, there is empty space, right?
Yes.
Click. When you click, it becomes lock.
Okay.
Hmm?
Yes.
Okay, now select your this rectangle and then put a white color stroke. Make the stroke thicker. And then use your direct selection tool. Select the top anchor point. You click and drag. Yes. All right. Okay, now please take a look at my screen. Let's say I want to put my text first over here. So the text I'm going to put in different layer. Okay, so make sure you don't select any object. Don't select means you click outside lah. Okay, and then you create new layer. Okay, this layer will be for the text. Layer 3. Okay, layer 3 selected. Then you go to your type tool and then you start to type your text. It can be any text related to your whatever business you're doing. Okay, let's say I'm selling a property skill, for example. Okay, and then do new project launching in Ajam. Okay, you click and let go, and then you type your text. And in the sample, you can see we are professionals for grow your business, right? And you can see it is a different type of text, font type, font family. Okay. If you have no idea what to put, you go to
So that writing, we are professional for wrote in one text box or it?
You can use one. Don't click and drag. Click and let go. You type, enter, type, enter. Monsieur, do you use ChatGPT?
No.
No. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, you just write a headline for new property development launching. And then it will write the future of sustainable living in the heart of whatever your location. Understand or not? So you try to use this. All right. This and this. Okay, these are the idea for you to put in your design. What is your new project coming up this year? What is the new project?
Marina
Bay, is it?
Marina residency.
Marina what?
Residency.
Residency.
Yeah.
Correct spelling.
Yeah.
Okay. Architecture William made modern luxury in JB, is it?
Butterworth.
Oh, Butterworth.
Actually, it's Telok Air Tower.
Huh?
Telok Air Tower.
Not Butterworth.
No. Telok Air Tower.
Telok correct.
Air Tower. TAWER.
So let's say something like this. Copy this, and then I put it in my here. Okay, rename your layer properly. Okay, so you have a layer 1, 2, 3, right? Layer 1 will be background, BG or background. Layer 2, let's say I put design. Okay, layer 3 I put as text. Design ke, element ke, anything. Then you place this image. Make sure the bottom of the image is overlapping with the box. You adjust the size of the box so that it overlaps. Okay, done placing the image.
Where can I get this image?
In the images folder.
Oh, I didn't download.
Why you didn't download? Okay, do you still have the link? No.
Pardon?
You still have the link?
Link. Yeah.
Can you download the image?
From where?
Just now I shared you the link in the chat box. Check your chat box. There is a link. I'm putting the link one more time. Can you see? In the chat. Click the chat button.
Oh.
Got or not?
Chat.
Oh yeah, you're using another device, right? Okay, what you do, you log into another device also, can or not? Log in Zoom in another device also. But that device you mute and then turn off the speaker.
Okay. Let's go to here.
How to place the image inside the box? Kaki dia kena hilang, kan? Gambar lain, you guna gambar lain.
Yes, I have to use different picture. Ni gambar ni satu.
Tak ada gambar ni.
This one right, this one. Look at this one.
Hey.
How about you put right? That's why you don't have.
Oh.
But I'm still okay with you see. Look at this.
Gambar juga. What is the file name? Businessman crop. Is it?
Pixel solar sheet. Yeah, pixel solar sheet.
Got only one PNG. Oh, here. Oh, the PNG file. Oh, okay. I placed the PSD. PSD ada kan? Okay. Never mind. Mana-mana boleh, tak kisah. Okay, let's say I use same as yours also lah. So I go to file, place, then choose this image, and click and drag. Let's say I make it bigger a bit. Okay, I want the hand all will be disappeared, right? Okay, so you adjust the size accordingly. Okay, but then here I need to make it bigger, and then move the person a bit to the side a bit. And make sure you put on the same layer. If it is a different layer, you cut, select the design layer, and then you place in front. This person, put it in the design layer. Monsieur, I put the link one more time. Please take a look.
Chat room.
Yeah, can you see the link?
Yeah.
Click the link and download the image, the zip file.
Oh, download. Just download.
Okay. Yeah, after download, you extract the file. Then you can see these images.
Okay.
Okay, please take a look first. Okay, so first of all, we need to make sure this person is inside the box so that we can hide all the items on this side. So we need to create clipping mask. Okay, so before that, we make a copy of this line first, the rectangle box. Okay, so if I go to select everything, shift click on this object. For example, take a look here, select everything means the box and the person. Shift click the person, it will remove the selection. Shift click on the person so that it will now selected only the box. Okay, Control C, Control F, and then bring to front. Okay, we want to hide only this part. Bahagian atas dan kiri tak perlu hide, right? So what we do is Either we create another object on top and we merge with this, or I can use my direct selection tool. I make it bigger so that they cover the other side. Then use your shift select dua-dua, this object and the gambar, control 7. Faham? Okay. Copy the box first, Control C, Control F, and then bring to front. Go to object, arrange, bring to front. And then, okay, bring to front, copy paste first, and then bring to front, and then edit the anchor point. Make it bigger so that it covers everything. Okay, let's say sometimes, right, when even you will drag this, it still doesn't cover, let's say. Okay, so what you also can do is, let's say I undo back, I can draw another rectangle shape cover here. Select both rectangle shape, Pathfinder unite. Something like this. Shift select with the image, Control 7. And we still can't see the line entirely, right? So what you also can do is you make the line so that it's the line outside, not in the center. Select everything, shift click the person. We don't want the person. You go to your stroke panel. Can you see a line stroke? Center, inside, outside. Stroke panel, align strokes. Yeah, the weight cap corner, align stroke. Center, inside, outside. So you choose outside.
Normally copy paste the box, but the box is not going to go into the front.
Because it's in a different layer. It must be in the same layer. It should not be in the text layer. Okay. Select the person first. Select the image. Image. Cut. Control X. Select layer design. Control F.
Is here.
Where?
In the design.
And then press Control and the square bracket. Open bracket. Send backward.
Go back to the text.
You don't have to click the layer. No. Select the person.
Okay.
Control. Hold your control.
Okay.
Click the square bracket here. The square bracket.
Okay.
Where?
Inside.
In your keyboard. Bracket. Kurungan.
Okay.
Not open, not close, open. The other one. Inside. Now the box on top.
Yes. Maybe the image is big. Need this line.
I got a line on it.
Yeah. Right, it is blue.
No. Don't use your direct selection. Select the line. Select the box. How longer the bottom shorter, right? First lesson we modify the like cover cover. All right. Select your response. Select the blue color box. Right. Now the box is selected. This one. The box is selected. Blue box.
Yes.
Your stroke panel. Line. See the stroke panel. Stroke panel. This is your stroke panel. See a line stroke. That is center. Nice side.
There's so many steps for this one thing.
No, once you understand, it's very easy. Okay, so the understanding part is okay. So once you understand, it's actually quite easy. Okay, not difficult. Right. So okay, now take a look here. Take a look, everyone. So let's say I use that. Okay, so first we place the image. Okay, so when you're placing the image, make sure. Okay, so for example, I have this image, right? Okay, if you look at the sample, can you see the body is until here only? It doesn't touch the other side. Mary, yours one is touching until here.
Yes.
So you have to arrange it so that something like this, so that you have some space here. Okay, and this one can go further. Right, so this part we're going to hide it until here. Okay, so make sure there is some space over here. The blue color is visible. Okay, then only it will look nice. Right, then maybe I want to make it taller, bigger, whatever. So I'm moving it anyway. I want some space over here. The blue color should be visible. Baru nampak cantik. Okay, then select the blue box. How to select? Let's say it's overlapping. Let's say my image is bigger. Okay, something like this. When I click, it doesn't select. It doesn't select the rectangle, correct? Nampak kan? Okay, so to select the rectangle blue color box, you click and drag to make selection. But you're touching both objects, the image and the blue box, right? So you hold your shift and click on the image one time. Hold your shift to remove selection. Shift and click to remove selection. Okay, so now only the box is selected. Then you Control C, Control F. Control C, Control F, and then bring to front. Okay, so bring to front, you can go to Object, Arrange, bring to front. So I'm using the shortcut key. Okay, Control Shift and the square bracket. Right, something like this. So I'm going to make it smaller back. Okay, let's say this is the size lah. So again, I select, click and drag, shift click to remove selection, Control C, Control F, bring it to the front. And then we need to cover the top part here because we want to hide only this. The one on the left, right hand side only we want to hide. So use your direct selection tool, you make it bigger. If let's say this part still doesn't kena, right? So press plus in your keyboard to add anchor point. Click. Then use your direct selection tool, cover this as well. And this part, don't touch anything. Okay, this part jangan sentuh. And jangan pandai-pandai sengit. Okay, because we copying from the previous one. Yang belakang dengan atas kena sama tempat sini. Okay, after you make it bigger, use your selection tool. Select the blue color box, the one on top. Shift click on the image. Okay, then go to Object, Clipping Mask, Make. Okay, and this part will be visible, and this part will be visible. Here it will be transparent. And for the box, right? Okay, I select everything. Shift click to remove selection. For the box, you go to Stroke panel, Align Stroke. By default, it will be in center. If center means it doesn't look nice, you see? Part of the line is at the back, part of the line is in the front. So you select and then change the Align Stroke to outside. Okay? Miss Yo, can or not? Do you want to share your screen? I'll show you.
How to share? I don't know how to share. How to share?
Click the green color button, share button in your Zoom panel, right? In your Zoom panel, got green button, share, new share, click, and then choose your Illustrator, and then click share again.
Green button, share all.
Okay, click share, choose Illustrator, click share again, the blue color button.
Okay. Illustration. Later I open illustration. Illustration, share.
Click yes. Okay. Where is it? Okay.
So until now.
Go to File, Place.
Place.
Did you download the file?
Cannot open, download.
No, you need to extract. You need to, after you download, right? You need to extract the file. You right click on the file that you downloaded. Hang on, let me have a look. Can you allow me? Press allow.
Yeah. Approve.
Approve. Okay, where did you download the file? Okay, I can't see. See, hang on. Don't click. This one is it. Okay, you see, you already downloaded so many times. Okay, so you right click on the here, you extract files.
Oh.
Okay, then you click OK.
Click OK.
Click OK now. Okay, and then it will go into this folder here. Can you see this? Okay, inside the folder got images folder. Inside the images folder, you have the person here. This one also can, or this one also can.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so let's say I open this file. Oh, sorry. Right. File, place, choose the image, and then we click and drag. Okay, I don't know why it's not. Try to zoom out and smaller. Hold your shift key. Make sure you hold your shift key. Make your blue box bigger a bit. Okay, now place the person on the box. Move the person, move the person. Some more to the right hand side. Yes, down a bit, down a bit. Right, select the box now, copy, Control C, Control F. Okay, your box in different layer, the person is in different layer. It should be in the same layer.
And same layer.
Don't paste, don't Control V. Don't press Control V. Delete, delete, delete. Okay. Select the box and then you cut.
Select the box. So copy.
Cut. Control X.
Control S.
X.
Okay. And
select first, then Control X.
Control X. Okay.
Okay, go to layer 4. Control F. Paste in front.
Oh.
Okay, and then send backward.
Send backward.
Send backward. Okay, now Control F. Again.
Oh, F again.
Okay. Go to your direct selection tool. Wait. Go to direct selection tool.
Where?
Direct selection tool. The white arrow.
Oh.
Select the top left hand side corner. Left. Click and drag up.
Oh.
Cover the person. No. That one don't touch. Bottom one don't touch.
Oh.
The top one, move it to the left. Some more left. Okay. Up. No. Click and let go first. Right. Yes, correct. Now go to selection tool. Shift select with the image. Control 7. Clipping mask, make. Okay. Now select the box, the blue box. No. Don't use the direct selection. Use your selection tool. Cannot select, right?
Yeah.
So you click and drag to make selection. From outside, click and drag. Shift click on the image. Okay. Go to stroke panel. Outside. Yes. Done.
Okay. Thank you.
After that, you cannot move. If you want to move, you use your direct selection tool to select the image. Use your direct selection tool, select the image. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, take a look at my screen, everyone. All right, so over here, which one is difficult to create? Which one you think you cannot create? Circle can lah, no fill, only stroke. Triangle can, use your polygon, create triangle. Okay, and then, yang mana, texture yang mana? This one. Macam kertas, right? Okay, this is one. And then, nampak tak titik-titik belakang? Okay, there is another one. Okay, that's two is the challenging one. The rest, boleh buat kan? Can do or not, the rest of it? Create a rectangle shape, rounded. Okay, and then you create another object, you can divide. Okay, white and blue color, and then put text, and then arrow, you draw a line. In the stroke panel, you can change the arrowhead. You mean this one? Can like anything can. Whichever is easier for you, fine. All right, but for the texture, right? Take a look here. For this one, the paper kind of a texture, you go to Google. Okay, let me share my screen. Go to Google and then search for paper texture. And then go to images. Okay, you try to find with something with like a black and white or grayscale. Okay, not the colored one, huh? Anything to do with the black and white. Let's try and see. I don't know. Okay, let's say something like this, right? Okay, the size is fine. Okay, let's say I take this image here. Go to Google, search for paper texture. Okay, you try to find something like this. Black and white, huh? Must be black and white. You right click and then save image as. Okay, can you see my file format is WebP? Not JPEG, not PNG. WebP, huh? Okay, you save first. Then you go to Google again. You type WebP to PNG. WebP to PNG. Okay, something like this. And then click the WebP to PNG converter. Click. And then you select your WebP file, the one you downloaded. Okay, and then you go to convert. Convert. After convert, you press download. Okay. And then you place in your Illustrator, in your background layer. So you have to unlock your layer first.
Do we put this in the design or just?
No, in the BG.
Okay.
Select the BG, paste in front. And then change the blending mode to multiply. Go to transparency panel.
And this book it. But how it changed to how the color changed? Because what we know is white color.
When you change the blending mode to multiply, the white color will become transparent. Okay. Opposite to multiply is screen. If you choose screen, the black color will become transparent. Miss Yo, can or not?
Okay, finish.
Change the multiply already?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, great. Okay, and then for the dots, take a look here. Okay, for the dots here, right, we call this a half tone pattern. Okay, usually you can see in newspaper printing. Have you watched the 3D animated Spider-Man? Okay, ada nampak tak dia punya texture macam ni, half tone? Ada titik-titik and then ada line-line kan macam comic book kan. So this type of similar pattern lah. Alright. So to do this in Illustrator, so first you create a rectangle shape. Okay, and then I remove the stroke. Color. Remove the stroke, same. And then the color, you can put any color. You go to your gradient panel. Click the freeform gradient. Window gradient. And then you choose black and white color. You change to grayscale. Each point you change to grayscale. Okay, something like this. Okay, just some random color, black and white. Okay, dapat? Yeah.
What was on the crumble paper?
It's okay. It's okay. You mean in the DG layer, is it?
Yes, it's just like this. Video on here. On the top of the paper. That's why you ask us to move another square. Scale. Gradient, change anything or bigger. You recognize which layer using.
when you select the object, that layer will be highlighted. When you select the object, that layer will be highlighted.
Oh, yeah.
Miss Yo, done the gradient?
Yes.
Okay, take a look here. So after you have done this, right, what we do is we convert this into a image, pixelated image. So you go to effects and then you go to rasterize. Select the object first, go to effects, rasterize. Color mode change to grayscale.
Effect to
Effect, rasterize. Color mode change to grayscale.
rescue.
And cancel. Select the object, go to effects, and then rasterize.
Effect.
Okay. Color mode change to grayscale. Can or not? Click OK.
Okay.
Okay. So from a vector design, we convert it into an image. How do I know? If I zoom in, I can see all the pixel. Nampak? Okay, sebab same color tak berapa nampak. Nampak tak line dia? Okay. So click OK. Then after that, you go to effects again. At the bottom, there's a pixelate. Choose color halftone. Click OK. Okay, 8 pixel, I think it's too small. Maybe you can make it bigger. Undo back. Effects, pixelate, color halftone, and then maximum radius you increase to 3 times maybe to close the. Try and see. Okay, maybe bigger a bit more.
Effect then effect pixelated.
Color halftone. Got or not?
Oh, okay. Effect pixelated color scheme.
Dia ada apa tu? Ada
Dia RGB.
Dalamnya dia ada RGB.
Macam
Yeah, I know. Sebab when you convert tadi, rasterize kan? Rasterize kena grayscale.
oh dengan
Color mode I kata grayscale kan? So to effects, rasterize, color mode change to grayscale, bukan RGB. Click OK. Then baru you go to effects, pixelate, color halftone, and then adjust the maximum radius here to 30, for example. Then click OK. Okay, from here you can see if you have too many dots, right? It means you need to put more white color. Take a look here. Macam ni kiri kanan I ada semua hitam kan, bintik kan. So I undo balik, I go to edit gradient. In between here I put white color. In between I put white color. And then you try to rasterize again. Select effects, rasterize, color mode change to grayscale. Click OK. Go to effects again, pixelate, color halftone. Click OK. Nampak tak sekarang? Okay. Then you change the blending mode. Okay. Blending mode mana nak pakai? Boleh try and error.
ini tadi buat yang macam itu.
Transparency panel change the color mode. Blending mode, sorry. Blending mode. You can try and error, multiply ke, overlay ke, soft light. You can see soft light looks better. And also you can lower down the opacity. Tukar blending mode and also lower down the opacity.
It just now it's become grayscale. Now cannot fill out the color.
Again?
The dot lah just now we become grayscale ma. How
Mhm.
to change to RGB again?
You cannot change to RGB already.
Can why you want Docker got color one?
Change the blending mode. Go to transparency panel.
Okay.
Go to transparency panel. Change to soft light.
Oh, so. Oh.
Okay. And then opacity you lower down. Okay.
Nothing.
Can or not?
Nothing. Oh, nothing come up.
What's that?
Now, polka dot don't have polka dot already. So, like
You want to share screen?
share how to store.
Jadi tak? Jadi tak?
Jadi pada person is at the back.
Because your layer is on top. So select your object. You see, listen. Select your object. You cut. Control X to cut. Select the BG layer. Control F.
Okay. And just put it at the back. Can it be?
Send to back.
Yes.
Cannot.
Right?
Okay, Monsieur, try to undo. Control Z. I want to see your dots. Okay, all right. Now, open your layer panel. Okay, it's at the back. Okay, can you send this to the back?
This one.
Select the object, send to back.
This one. Okay.
Yeah, the dot, send to back. Okay, now select your paper.
Select the paper.
It's in a different layer, right? You cut, Control X, cut. Yeah, it's in front. Don't press Control V.
What?
In Illustrator, we don't use Control V.
Oh.
Okay, we use Control F. You see, same place, right? Okay, send to back.
Send to.
Select first. Select first, send to back.
What?
Now select the yellow color, send to back. Now select the dotted line, okay, and then change the blending mode, your transparency panel. Soft light. Yes.
I still cannot see dotted line.
Yeah. Change to multiply.
Change to multiply. Multiply okay.
Opacity increase 100. Okay. Okay. Multiply is still okay. Try to change to other blending mode other than multiply. Okay. So this one you can try and error. You can use any blending mode, is fine.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Save your file. Save your file. And then we will continue tomorrow. Do you have any question before we end the session? Ada soalan?
I got it. I got it.
How you put it?
Control X and
Okay. All right, great. Okay, later, tomorrow I will show you how to export and then how to, crop whatever outside. Okay, so save your file, then you can close it. Yes. Okay, so thank you so much. See you guys tomorrow.
Tomorrow use back this link, the same link.
Yes, yes, the same link. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
thanks. Yeah, bye.
What's deciding? You decide.
Later, I got another class. 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.